How's it going, everyone? I'm here. I'm just getting some things ready for the stream. Gonna try to make it a little bit better. Hope everyone's having a good day. Just make it so we can get the chat live on stream this time. It's been a while, so I don't know how to do the filters on it, but I got the chat all set up, and I'm right here. How's it going, everyone? So hopefully everyone can see the chat. That's the main thing. It's not really professional. I usually make it so it's like basically invisible, and then you could just see the chat. Basically, everyone's saying. But there we go. Hopefully that's big enough to see too. Big shout out to Professor for the donation today. Thank you very much. Again, another shout out to Frosty for moderating the Discord channel and setting up like a professional. I also have the streaming PC that I was building on last night's stream there. So I have the streaming PC all built up. I got the SSD installed into it, and it's all ready to go. I did some tests on it. Things look good, but need to figure out how I'm going to set it up so everyone can see. I know if I move this camera, the cord's kind of iffy on it right now. I have to get a new cord, but I'll flip it around and switch over the screen so everybody can see that. It's also pretty cold tonight. Oh, you can't even see my breath. You can see my breath right now. What does it say in here? Well, that's not right. It's saying about 9 degrees Celsius in here with 34% humidity. How's it going, Hart? Hope you're having a good day, good night, depending on where you are, of course. So, like I said, yesterday I built a system so that way I can take apart my main rig. I have not done that yet. That might be for the next stream, probably tomorrow. Today I'm just going to be doing some overclocking on LGA 1366. Right now that's in the system is an X5650. It's a Xeon. It's an older CPU, but still a 6-core, 12-thread. And I have gotten it up to 5 gigahertz. So hopefully we can do that here on this stream. Now, how can I set this up? Don't have a capture card yet, so I'll probably just grab the camera. Might go out for a second, so I'll take it and just make it so it goes to standby mode. We'll see, actually. We'll see about that. Also, if you're not a member of the Discord channel, you You can just click on the link on the YouTube channel there and the Discord there. You just go onto the rule page, follow the rules, and have a good time, basically. Mm. So yeah, I'm gonna probably set it up so. Is the chat readable? Like, is the chat big enough so you can read it, or should I switch the chat and make it a little bit bigger? I normally follow the chat on my phone, it just makes it easier. Hey, how's it going, Magics? Yeah, I'll give you overclocking an LGA 1366 Xeon X5650. Gone through the system already, built it all up yesterday, and today I just fixed up the GT240, which is the graphics card that wasn't working, but I generally use it in all my overclocking for my CPUs, just because it's low powered and don't really have to worry about it basically. Also has HDMI, VGA, and DVI, so just in case something goes out on it, I can always switch it over, or if I want to use it on a different monitor, I can. But yeah, I got the GT240 all fixed up there. Like I said, sometimes you just need to clean up a graphics card to make it work again. On another stream, I was doing some multimeter tests on the graphics card and everything checked out and everything looked good. So I figured I'd just give it a good clean and that's all it needed. It starts working again. So that's awesome. And yeah, also, what was I gonna say there? So the graphics card, I got the SSD all installed. I didn't get that installed on the stream. Took me like 3 hours to build this system because there's so much chatting in the chat. It was awesome. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm really happy I got the GT240 working. It is an EVGA card, and as you may know, I am a EVGA fan. Also got my coffee. Got my coffee. Remember DeWalt? DeWalt, any DeWalt people out there? That's right. Sponsor me. So yeah, I got my coffee all ready to go. I'm basically all ready to go for the overclock. I just need to set up the camera. So the camera right now is looking at me. I'm gonna face it towards my monitor. The monitor that I use is a Samsung Odyssey G5. It's not the 24-inch that you would normally see. It is the 32-inch. It's the larger model. 165 hertz monitor. Just 1080p though. You can generally find it for a pretty good price on Amazon on sale. And for some reason, my phone doesn't want to keep up again. It's pretty good. Awesome. Awesome. As long as you guys, everyone can see the chat, it looks good. So what I'm going to do is switch around the camera. Hopefully it doesn't disconnect. And if it disconnects, I'll just make sure it gets reconnected. So just give me a second here and I'll get it all set up. Hopefully everything's looking still good. Nope. What did I do? Apparently I have to have the chat up to make sure you can see it. I can't minimize it. I don't get why that is. I should be able to minimize it. Nope, if I minimize it, it disappears. Okay. That is just fine. That is just fine. All right, give me 1 second. Hopefully I can set this up. Generally, like I said, I'm normally in a better spot to do all this kind of stuff, but hopefully I can get this all set up nicely for everybody. And we're gonna look at the monitor here. So it didn't disconnect. Oh yeah, it did. It did disconnect. Just give me 1 sec here. So it did disconnect. Give me 1 sec. I'm honestly not sure why it disconnected. There we go. You're all back. And we're going to look at this. Oh, it's going to look really weird on stream. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of tweaking here. Oh, you got one of those massive coffee mugs there? Yeah, this holds a 32 ounces. Yeah, that doesn't look good on stream at all. There we go. That looks a little bit better. At least you might be able to see it here. There we go. I put on the 60 hertz mode, so that way it can have a. Oh, 60 hertz mode usually works. There we go. I know I do. I know I do. I don't want to pick up a cheap one. I've just read so many reviews and that they only do 720p over stream and recording. They only have a pass through of 4K or 1080p. So I will eventually, hopefully. Again, thank you for the donation there, Professor. I will be getting some thermal paste, and I'll make a big shout out when I'm doing the overclocking for you, because that thermal paste is going to come in handy. Oh no, I just moved everything. Hopefully that doesn't look. Hopefully that doesn't look terrible. Hopefully it really doesn't look terrible there. Generally. So generally, I have my mini monitor, my 7-inch 1080p 60 hertz monitor that I custom up. I generally use that for this, and I usually have everything set up nice, but it usually takes like literally 2 hours to set it all up before stream. I just don't have that time right now. I literally like eat dinner and then just talk with my buddy, do dishes and all that and come out here. So it best I got right now. Oh, yeah, keyboard. All right, I am here. Hopefully everything's still going. No. It is awesome. Okay. So this is generally what it looks like when you got to do the competition. You got to have the back screen for Hardware Bot Team Cup or Team Cup, Country Cup, don't matter, whatever cup it is. Now it's going to be switched over to Country Cup 2024 when before the competition, of course. I have to get everything all set up for it. But basically, what I'm going to do is show you stock on an X5570. At least right now. I just moved everything again. Yeah, I generally have a lot better setup than this, but hopefully it doesn't look terrible. All right. So, again, a lot of people do like their hardware info. Hardware monitor and hardware info are fairly the same. Hardware info does have a lot more like detail, in-depth detail. This just shows me, and it's a lot easier to read for everybody basically. So what I'm going to show here, since it is fairly cold in here and it is on stock, so you'll see it's going to be 1600 megahertz and up to about 3 gigahertz, so 2.933, pretty close to 3 gigahertz. That's what this CPU is really. And then it's going to be right now 7 watts, 6 watts, maximum of 7 watts. It's pretty good. Like it's not, it doesn't use a whole lot of power. I do believe its TDP is 105 watts, somewhere around there. But we got the 3 Samsung in triple channel. So that's nice. But we'll do that, and then we'll go to Benchmate. I should have set this up a bit better. I'm looking at the stream. It does not look that good. Is it at least readable? Because on my phone screen it's very hard to read. So one of the tests is going to be 7-zip, of course. So it'll definitely be one of the tests. And of course, we're going to be doing real time because real time is the most power to the CPU. So all the utility, everything is going to go to this test. So let's say this hardware monitor is going. You'll see that all these cores stop jumping around with temperature. All the cores' actual frequency will stop. And then there's the actual package. There we go. It's actually doing something now. 109, about 110 watts. Just, once in a while. It's actually doing something. But generally it's, oh, it's glitching. It's actually glitching. I'll minimize that. We'll look at this CPU power. The 6 watts and the 25 watts because that's glitch. Hardware monitor with the older CPUs and that just don't seem to fare well. And we lost the chat. I don't get why we lost the chat there. Okay, so we're gonna run this quickly. Like I said, because it's on real time, all this will stop. It's nothing wrong with it. It's just all the CPU utility and power and everything is gonna go to this test. So you definitely want to run it at real time. Main thing you don't want to do is move around your mouse or type on the keyboard while the test is going when it's on real time, because it will mess up, like give you way lower score than what it should be. So I'll click on run. Oh, maybe I will pick up a cheap capture card just to see how bad it really is. It's probably better than what this looks like, to be honest. So it's doing around the 22,000 mark, which is pretty good. And the power doesn't really use anything. Again, as you can notice, all the cores, the temperatures and all that kind of like froze. The frequencies froze. And then once in a while, it picked back up. And the processor like utilization that you see down there, up to 108.9%. I mean, it's using more than what it should be, but that's a part of a glitch, really. And the core temperature max, you'll see the 1 is -1. It's not that cold. So we're doing about 26,584. That is about correct for the CPU at stock. And we only hit about 2.933 gigahertz on all cores, which makes sense. And we hit about 39.5 watts, which again, that's kind of a glitch. It should be a bit more wattage than that. The amperage looks right. The actual amperage looks right. So that's good. So that's the 7-zip there. And then I'll just exit out of that. So we actually didn't lose a whole lot of performance even though the hardware monitor was going. And what we want to do is when we save the screen, so I'm just going to show how you like save a screenshot in that. We can just minimize that. Oh no, actually I'll keep that open because it has it all with me. We want CPU Z, and we're going to want CPU Z 2.1 just because it's like most updated basically. I do believe for this competition we need at least CPU Z 2.0, and what we're going to need is 3 tabs open for that. Since this is not a GPU test and it's not required to validate the GPU with this, you're gonna have to take a screenshot with this, and you're gonna have a picture of your actual system that you're running, so that will actually show the GPU if you have one in it, which you should, because this is a CPU test. So basically, you just gotta, and we want to make it look nice for everybody, and all this has to be in your window. You cannot have any other screens covered in other screens. So I give just a little bit of a space. So we have a CPU tab, main board, and memory. Now some tests we're going to need SPD instead of like the memory, but this is generally what we're going to be doing. And if you want, you can open up a 4 CPU tab and then make sure that's good. And then we can also do validations in that too. What I've noticed on this actual competition is we cannot be going into the extreme OC mode for the validation. We have to validate it with Wi-Fi, so it's fine. I'll be showing how to validate multiple different ways at different time, but you can validate, you can save file, you can actually save it to a flash drive, take that flash drive, put it onto like your main PC, and then validate from there. But what I've seen with this competition is we can't be doing that. That's okay though. That's okay. Maybe I would like to switch the camera. It does not look that good. So, but yeah, you're just gonna do something like this. Bring this over the command line. We're gonna bring the command line up again. Do not cross any actual boxes, any windows. So do not cross any of these windows. And then we're gonna have Benchmade up. When we save the file, it takes a screenshot, and then this will disappear. So it's okay that this is like that. We're gonna have to have an open space on this side of the screen a fairly big size for the save file and the screenshot to make it look good. So there's what it does, and now it'll automatically minimize. And another thing you have to have is your taskbar. It has to be showing. It cannot be a minimized taskbar. It has to be always showing like this. And then this is not the actual time where I am. You have to make sure your system is up to date, as in the time, date, everything has to be uh, perfectly set. This right here will also give us our precise validation. So HPET 32. It's just gotta say like the megahertz and a little bit of that, but this is a system timer and it's precise. See how it says precise? Because it's at a 0.004 millisecond precise. With a lot of these tests on this competition, we have to have at least a point oh or a 0.1 millisecond or 0.01. I believe it's a 0.1 second though. But since mine is super precise all the way up to 10 100 to 4 thousandths of a millisecond, it's super super precise. All right, so that's one thing you got to look at. And then all we got to do is save result, and then we got to save result right here. And this is something we can check up on. So you can see on this SSD, so this SSD has a lot of save files from different tests that I've done that are already posted online. Like my i5 2400, I overclocked to over 4 gigahertz. My i7 930 over 4 gigahertz on a bunch of tests. My i7 2600 almost 4.3 gigahertz. These are not these ones, the i5 2400 and the i7 2600 are not overclockable chips unless you overclock through the motherboard with FSB. And if you see my other videos and streams, I've shown how to do motherboard overclocking, and it's not recommended unless you know what you're doing, because motherboard overclocking also overclocks everything attached to the motherboard. You can ruin your SSD, you can ruin a GPU, so that's why I use my GT240. It's an older GPU, and it's been through a lot of tests and has handled up very well. Hey Joe, what up? We're overclocking a Xeon, an LGA 1366 Xeon X5650. I'm just trying to show a little bit about the competition. This is going to be the streaming PC that I'm going to be streaming about taking apart my daily rig and getting it all ready for the competition. I'm just showing how to do proper validations. Then we can analyze everything over here. So if we go to our save file, and we can also upload here, so we can, the 7-zip, I can hit submit. I'm not connected to the internet, so I can't submit, but we can submit it, and then as long as you have a profile made in hardwarebot.org, it will submit it to your profile. Then you can just check off of that. That tells you it has 3 times memory, so 3 DDR3 sticks, and we have 12 gigs, so 3 sticks, 4 gigs each. And they are at stock speed, 666.55. It tells you the GPU, motherboard, tells you everything basically. My Windows operating system. This is not the one I'll be using for the competition. This is just the one I have for my OBS and all that. So I've streamed off of this PC before in this SSD, and I've saved everything for that. And it's more or less to show everybody else a bunch of stuff. But another thing we can do is we can view the screenshot. Then we can look at the screenshot, and then we can look to make sure it looks really good before we submit it. So as you can see, there's no boxes that are no windows that are crossing another window. The taskbar is open. Yes, my time's not right, but let's say that was. Looks good. Everything looks good. The background, if it was for the competition, like this one was for Team Cup 2024, this would be 100% validated. So there's no worries on that. And now we're going to overclock. So our score, I saved it already, 26,584. Now we're going to restart the PC. And we're going to overclock it. Hopefully it doesn't look too bad. Hopefully you can actually read it. And we are in the BIOS. This motherboard, you gotta give it a sec, goes through a few steps. Oh, what happened here? Uh, it looks fine. I don't know what happened there, but generally that goes right into the BIOS. That's fine though. My battery on the motherboard might actually be dying, so hopefully I have some stuff saved. So this here, we got a whole bunch of different stuff we can go through here. So the main, just let you know, there's a bunch of stuff. For some reason, my SATA, nothing's detected. What? Yes, for some reason, my SSD's not detected. That's odd. But yeah, we got AI overclocking on this. We got CPU ratio, speed step. Speed step, we're always going to disable that. Turbo mode, extreme phase on this motherboard. It has extreme phase, so we can go full power mode on it, which is great. Again, this motherboard, the P6X58D-E, what I can do is on the QPI data link, I can give more voltage than normal boards by flipping a rail. Same thing with the CPU and same thing with the RAM. So I can put up to, I think it's over 2 volts into the CPU. I can put over 2 volts into the RAM. I can put over 2 volts in the QPI data link, which is very nice to have, especially if you do liquid nitrogen. That's why I bought this board. It's for future proofing for when I get into liquid nitrogen, so that way I can pump in as much voltage as I want. Because some RAM is going to want up to about 2 volts of RAM to get the speeds that I want. But yeah, we'll go into an OC profile. What we're going to do is load from OC profile 3, because, oh wait, yeah, OC profile 3. Actually, no, I'll load it from profile 1, because I think profile 1 actually has my X50 650 in it. Hey, how's it going there, Frosty? I know this stream doesn't look the greatest. Hopefully it doesn't look terrible on your screen. I know it doesn't look great on my screen, so, and I'm using a phone to look at the stream right now. Generally I have things set up different, and yes, I know I have to get myself a capture card. Soon. Hopefully soon I will. Big shout out to Frosty. Frosty here is moderator for the Discord channel. If you guys would like to go to the Discord channel, just go hit the rules, look at the rules, and have fun, basically. Any questions, just ask Frosty, especially right now since I am overclocking. So let's see what we can get out of this. I know we can get a lot more than this. So 41. What else do I want to do here? There we go. And I already know I can go at least 220 on the BCLK. DDR RAM, we'll just lower that just to make sure that we're going to be stable here. Just right off the bat. QPI link data rate slow mode. If your motherboard, your older motherboard doesn't have a slow mode, you won't be able to raise the actual BCLK overclocking that much. The BCLK overclocking is the motherboard overclocking, just like FSB. Okay, so again, we're not using AI overclock tuner. We're doing it manual. CPU ratio is going to be at 22. No, we're going to disable speed step, extreme phase, full power mode. Yeah, we're going to enable that. We want full power as much as we can get out of it. BCLK is going to be at 220, so that's pretty good for this motherboard. I do believe I've gotten 222 or 225. I've gotten the CPU up to 5 gigahertz, so I'm pretty sure it's 222. PCI frequency, we're going to keep that at 100, so that way nothing happens. DRAM timing, our timings are going to be 8, 11. Okay, so CAS latency is going to be 8. Our RAS to CAS delay is going to be 11. Our RAS pre-time is going to be, again, 11. RAS act time is going to be 24. RAS to RAS delay is going to be 4, which is, I should actually switch that to 6. Uh, DRAM reference cycle time is going to be not 90. We're going to be switching that up to 150 for starters because that can actually help us be more stable. All right. And DRAM write recovery time is going to be 8. Read to pre-time is going to be 6. All right, now 4 act win time is going to be 24. So that's basically all we got to worry about. The motherboard will handle the most of the other timings for this, like write to read delays, so your DD, your DR, your SR, your DD, your DR, your SR for read to write delays and all that. Then you also got your write to writes, your read to write, or sorry, you got your write to writes, read to writes, write to writes, read to read, and motherboard will handle most of that. After no problem, the motherboard will handle that. CPU voltage, we are gonna have to raise the CPU voltage to 1.4 volts at least. Yeah, so our CPU voltage could be 1.4. Our CPU PLL voltage, actually, we're going to lower the CPU PLL voltage to 1.6 volts. Oh, sorry, 1.9 volts. Oop. There we go. As I already know, we can do that, no problem, 1.9 volts. Just because it is a bit cooler than what I normally would be doing this at. In the summertime, these are summertime settings that I have for my X5667. So I didn't have a profile saved for my X5650, so I'm just going through everything just to make sure we're good. The IO voltage and all that, we'll just do auto. If I check to see if they are a little high, I'll lower them because they don't need to be that high. Your IOH voltage does not need to be high. Your IO PCIe voltage does not need to be that high. Your ICH voltage, again, does not need to be high. Your ICH PCIe voltage, again, does not need to be high. Now, the DRAM, so your RAM voltage, your DRAM bus voltage, for these sticks of Samsung D-dies, they need to be pretty high. So right now I'm at 1.76 volts, okay? I don't need to go higher than that. It's going to be in the red, but it's pretty high. It's all good, man. It's all good. Welcome back. So the DRAM bus voltage I have at 1.76 volts for the actual RAM, the memory, is going to be pretty high. And that's because the Samsung D-die needs a lot of voltage, so that way I can get the frequency out of it with the actual primary and secondary timings. Now, not all the secondary timings have been done, but all the primary timings have been tightened a bit. So I have to raise that quite a bit. That's nothing, no. I put over 2 volts into these RAM sticks, and they don't get hot. And that's the main thing you want to do when you're extreme overclocking, is make sure nothing gets hot. Load line calibration. We're going to enable the load line calibration. All right, it just makes sure that when we hit a load, the load doesn't drop as soon as the load happens onto the actual CPU. So that's the main thing we want to do, is make sure that the voltage does not drop. Especially when going into, like say you do a Y cruncher. Y cruncher is very, very CPU intensive. If the CPU voltage drops just like maybe 50, 70 millivolts, then you could crash. So using a low light calibration and make sure that's up as high as it can go to extreme, which means the voltage will be stable throughout the whole test and beginning of the test, as in you're not going to lose the voltage. That's what you want. Now, the CPU differential amplitude, we can actually set this to auto because we're not doing something super crazy right now. So we can actually just put it to auto and let it do whatever it wants to do. Generally, I'll set it to 700 millivolts or 800, and I don't generally have to raise it any more than that. That's just the CPU though. Your CPU could be different if you have even the same CPU. You can have the same CPU but a different stepping. If you have a stepping 0 CPU, you probably have a better CPU than I have, as this CPU is not a stepping 0. But everything's good. CPU clock skew normal, CPU spread spectrum enabled, IO clock skew normal, PCIe spread spectrum enabled, just to keep all that good. Now CPU configuration is in advanced mode, and that is something we're going to have to check just to make sure nothing has been changed. Hyper-threading is enabled because this test is CPU core and hyper-threading. You just want as much extra power as possible. Hyper-threading will give you 1/3 more performance, and that's generally given on all CPUs. Doesn't matter what CPU you use. Hyper-threading will give you 1/3 more performance. If you disable the hyper-threading though, and you're just going to be overclocking 2 cores, you can get actually more frequency out of it. But yeah, now everything looks pretty good. Just check the C state. So speed step disabled, and the C state, of course, is going to be disabled because we don't want any of the CPU cores bouncing around at all the time. We want it to be at the frequency that we set it at all times, before the test and during the test. So that's why we set those to disabled. But chipset, we don't need to worry about Northbridge. That's just on board. Speaking fair, we don't care about. So everything looks really good. I'm just going to go over things again just to make sure everything's looking good. UCLK frequency seems a little high, to be honest. So UCLK frequency just needs to be double the DRAM frequency. So 1763 times that by 2. 3528. Yeah, 3528. Not just double, like it has to be a little bit more than double. So UCLK 3528 is slightly more than 1763. Oop. Again, QPI data link slow, third party UI priority. We just use the Zeus utility, and make sure the DRAM's good. Yeah, 8 DRAM. No, we're gonna set the DRAM to 9 because I know that's a guarantee for me on this chip. Now let's say if I'm using like an i7 3770K, I can overclock these RAM sticks a bit more. But what I'm gonna do is go to the tools, OC profile, and we're gonna save it. This 60% keyboard really messes me up. So I'm just gonna save it as SS, and I'm gonna save it to profile 4 because there's nothing saved in profile 4. Boom. And save and exit. That's all we have to do. Hopefully everyone can actually see the stream and hear me just fine. I know it doesn't look that great, but I'm glad for the turnout right now. Yeah, I've got my i7 3770K up to 5.1 gigahertz. The up to 5.2 gigahertz was a little tricky because the motherboard I have, I can't give it enough voltage for the CPU to actually be stable. It goes just about into Windows and then it crashes. So if I can get a different motherboard for my i7 3770K, I definitely can get it to hit 5.2 gigahertz because the maximum temperature running tests at 5.1 gigahertz was something like maybe 60 degrees Celsius. So that's not even using extreme cooling. That's just some cold water basically. So but my i7 3070K, I delidded it. I lapped the actual CPU die, I lapped the underside of the IHS, and I lapped the top of the IHS. So that's why it's so cool. That's why I was really happy with the score too. 5.1 gigahertz out of a 3rd gen Intel. That's really good. It's a great CPU. It really is a great CPU. And it could take a minute for this motherboard to actually work. It does a bunch of validations with the RAM in that before it actually switches over. And to be honest, I might actually have the wrong memory stick. I have one dud on the Samsung D-Die kit that I have that won't overclock at all. So I might actually have that dud in. I hope not. I don't want to have to change out a RAM stick here. But it looks like I have that dud. Just give me 1 second here. Of course I got the dud in. Does anyone else have an X5650 or any Xeons? Let me know. The Xeons are really fun to overclock. They perform just like the i7 900 series too. Why is Minecraft an issue? I have to grab my other RAM stick here. Oh, you're addicted to Minecraft. Yeah, my niece that is what is she, 6 years old now? She likes Minecraft as well. I just switched over to the dud RAM and now it should work. I'll just have to go back into the BIOS, make sure I set the actual OC profile again. Hopefully the camera didn't move either. And we saved it in profile 4, so let's make everything so easy. You just do that. And best thing to do though, if you do this kind of save the profile, is just go over things just to make sure everything is set the way you had it. And to be honest, I am going to set the PLL voltage a little bit higher to 1.94 just to help out a little bit. The QPI DRAM voltage 1.3. It sounds really good. Generally, I can use the QPI DRAM voltage a little bit lower, but I'm just gonna keep it high because everything is gonna be really cold right now because it is only 9 degrees right now where I am. So we're gonna try that. How's it going, Greg? Yes. Okay. So I figured out the dud. Okay, I found the dud RAM. That was an easy one. I was like, do I pull out the middle stick? Yes, it seemed to work. So, like I said, this motherboard will turn off, turn back on 3 times. That's just for it to work in the rest of the timings that I didn't set. It's very nice, very nice. Oh, I can do this too. My bad. That'll help things out too. I'm sorry for the actual way everything looks. I don't have a capture card right now, so I have to use my camera to actually point it at my monitor. And if anyone wants to go to the Discord channel is up and running. Just got to click on that link. Ooh, maybe that wasn't the dud RAM. Maybe I'll have to set the actual timings a little bit looser too. Maybe that's the issue. Because that did work that time. Last time it didn't work, so. It's so much easier overclocking on these RAM sticks on the i7 3770K. That's why I want to get an i7 4770K. Because I'm pretty sure I can get some pretty good RAM overclocking on the 4th gen versus the actual 3rd gen. Again, this is all part of the overclocking and that too. Like it might take you a while just to actually do something and get it all stable. So again, we just check everything over. RAM's good. UCLK frequency is good. Like I said, UCLK frequency has to be double the DDR3 RAM frequency. So boom. So 1763. It's not really 3528, right? But as long as the UCLK frequency is just over double, that's all you need to have. But what we're gonna do is set the actual CPU voltage higher because that will help stability on that. And just to confirm, because 1.425 volts, I know for sure is good up to almost 4.9, and we're almost 4.9 now. But I'm going to do the actual RAM, loosen up the timings to CL11, which is not going to help my score at all. Like, that's not going to help the score, having looser timings. It's just going to make things more stable just to make sure everything else is set right. And since this IO voltage, I don't need to worry about. Usually the IO voltage I set to 1.1. By the way, if anyone wants to know about the IO voltage, if you have this kind of CPU, the IO voltage needs to be just at 1.1. If I set it to auto, it probably will go to just about 1.1 or a little bit more. But if you set it to 1.1, that's all you need really to overclock as high as you want for the CPU. PL voltage, I'll just do 1.96 just to make sure. RAM at 1.76 volts is plenty. And then that should work. As long as I don't have the dud RAM still in. I just know I have one RAM stick that's a dud, and I'm not sure if I have that one in right now. Because that one RAM stick, like I said, does not like overclocking at all. Like it will not overclock at all. As soon as you try overclocking with that dud RAM, it just says no. So I'm hoping that one I don't have in. Looks like we're almost in Star Wars. Like I just need to have a really long scroll page so that way it looks like the Star Wars loading. And yeah, by the looks of it, I do actually have the dud. I'm gonna take out 2 sticks of RAM because I know my one copper modded RAM stick that I have works no problem. It overclocks very, very well. That's why I copper modded and put a heatsink on them. And 4 gigs of RAM will be plenty for this test. If anyone's new to the stream, welcome. It generally does not look this bad, but hopefully we can all learn a little something here today. And of course I reset everything, which is just fine. I can just load the profile. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to load this profile. And all I need to do is literally just load the profile. Check it over again. Like I said, you just need to quickly check things over and make sure everything looks right. Sometimes things can change, but everything looks just fine. I am happy with that. So just to make sure that it's not the overclock or the actual RAM stick that I had in this. So I'm pretty sure it should be just fine. Like I said, I've worked with these Xeons for years and the i7-900 series for years. These RAM sticks I've used for a long time. Although I did move and I don't know, maybe the RAM stick up. Nah, see, like I said, I had a dud in. I had the dud in. So it loaded up, booted up, no problem with the actual good RAM stick. I only have 4 gigabytes of RAM in right now, but that is just fine. It will work just fine for this test. Now, let's say we We don't care. We don't care. For some reason, with this motherboard, CPU fan error will happen. There is CPU. Oh, okay, yeah. So we got a RAM issue. IOQ not less or equal. So that is actual RAM issue. So I have to. I already know what it is. That's my bad. It's my bad. I didn't set the CL, the cast latency. I didn't set the cast latency to be higher. That's why it's doing. That's why it did that. The cast latency does need to be higher, just to make it stable. Yes, CPU fan error. We know it is just fine. But because everything worked just fine and all that, it's gonna give me, as you can see, CPU frequency. Everything's still the same. But it's best to check everything over. Everything looks good. CPU PL voltage, just to make sure. I generally, like I said, have it at 1.9 to 2 volt. 2 volts still that in that medium range. CPU voltage 1.4 is just fine for this, but the CL voltage at 9 is not good. Not with this setup with this CPU. If I was using my i7 3770K, I can do cast latency of 8 and keep the rest to what you see there, 1111, 24, 6, 150 DRAM. I can usually go down to about 90 DRAM on the i7 3770K. But with this Xeon, I don't know. It just doesn't like the RAM overclocking that much. There we go. Now we should actually get a fairly good score because we're at 4.8 gigahertz on the CPU. Only at 1.4 volts too. Like I said, it's fairly cool in here, so the CPUs could be running very, very cool. It has been lapped as well, and the actual water block that I have on this is lapped as well. So everything is very, very flat, and the contact is very good. Everything should be actually really good. If anyone has any questions, just let me know in the chat, and I'll try to answer what I know, and I do know a thing or two about a thing or two. There we go. This time it shouldn't crash, though. It did, though. Oh, don't tell me I have to go get out my notes. Maybe 1.4 volts isn't enough for the CPU. I said it's gonna work and it didn't work. That just does not look good on me. To be honest, I guess it does need more voltage at 4.8. It's almost at 4.9. And now I know I can get more out of this RAM, no problem. Like I said, I've gotten usually 2000 megahertz out of this RAM on this CPU. Make sure everything's set right. BCLK 220, everything's good there. Yeah, and I'm gonna say it needs more voltage on the CPU, which is just fine. I'll put it up to 1.4 volts. Like I said, it's fairly cool in here. So I'll check the temperature when I'm done too, or doing a test. I'll definitely check the temperature. If temperature looks fine, then I'll see if I can overclock this to 5 gigahertz. I've gotten it over 5 gigahertz before, no problem. And at just over 2000 megahertz on the RAM. CL9 too, not CL11 that I'm at. If anyone's new to the stream, welcome. Hopefully it looks fairly decent. I know I don't have a video capture card, but this is the best I could do right now. Yep, that looks good. Yeah, of course. I don't get why this motherboard has a CPU fan error. The CPU fan header must be messed. Oh, now it's gonna give me the prepare and automatic repair. I do apologize for all this. This is part of overclocking, though. Like I said, when you got thousands upon thousands of hours of doing this, you just kind of get used to this kind of stuff. But having this Windows do this kind of thing is really annoying. Okay, that's another crash. So that's probably another IRQL, not equal or less, which means generally means RAM, which I don't get why the RAM would be having an issue right now. I have everything set just fine. Like I said, I did have a move, so maybe the RAM does need to be taken apart, and then I might have to actually reball it. I'll just reball these cheap RAM sticks with a heat gun. It's fairly easy to do. You just gotta set it up so that way you can see underneath the actual CPU chip, and then hit it with a heat gun. Use a temperature probe. I have lots of temperature probes. You can set the temperature probe pretty close to it so that way you're not overheating the RAM. But generally it's not this hard to do. Generally I'm overclocking this right off the bat, no problem. So but what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna lower the actual CPU overclock. Well, not the CPU, the motherboard overclock, BCLK. I'm actually gonna lower that. Check out, see if things are more stable that way, and then figure out what the issue is. Because if I lower this down to 210 on the BCLK, it'll give us 4.62 gigahertz and 1683 on the RAM. And with these kind of timings on the RAM, 11, 11, 11, 24, 6, 150, I mean, those are, in my opinion, very, very loose timings for DDR3. Like, very, very loose timings. These are very cheap kits of RAM, by the way. They're only like $6 per stick. I need to get some Corsair Dominators, some DDR3 Corsair Dominators. I do need to get those. And I'll definitely be able to do a lot better overclocking on them. They do take a lot of voltage though, like up to 1.9 volts to get some really good overclocking even on the good kits of RAM. So maybe I'll put some more voltage into my RAM here and see what happens too. Generally, I don't have to put that much voltage in, especially for this megahertz. 1600 megahertz is not much for what I normally do. Like I said, I can get over 2 gigahertz on these memory chips, so and a lot better timings. I think it looks good. Yeah, of course, give me CPU fan error. I don't care. There we go. Thank you. Let's go. So again, I lowered it quite a bit here, like quite a bit. And we'll see what happens. Oh, we loaded up. Sweet. It would have crashed. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so I gotta think now. Usually IRQL is RAM, but I got my good RAM stick in. It's cold too, so I'm gonna check the actual. I'm gonna open up a hardware monitor, check out the actual temperature of everything right now. The CPU with this voltage at this frequency, I mean, I can lower the voltage a lot. I already know I can put it down to 1.4 and be fine. Yeah, look how cold everything is. Max, it's hitting max of like 24C on Core 0, 25C on Core 5. The power, that's not technically the power. The power is off there. With these older hardware and using hardware monitor, some things can be really off. Voltage looks correct though. Temperatures, now we're going to look at the actual temperature of the actual RAM stick. 19.8, which is, it's pretty chilly in my opinion. So we're going to Benchmate. This stick is actually copper modded and like copper mod on the one side of the RAM, the one RAM. Okay, so this is double-sided dual rank RAM. It is 4 GB Samsung D dies, and they are, like I said, double-sided dual rank. What I can do is download a software from the internet that will allow me to cancel out one side of the RAM and make them double-sided single rank, so it'd only be a 2 GB stick, and I could technically make these sticks a lot better just by doing that. I just don't want to. These sticks work really good, and I kind of want the more gigabytes of RAM because certain tests you actually do need more RAM. I don't need a fan on these because it is copper modded on one side with actual really good thick aluminum heatsink. I only have one RAM stick in right now. But yeah, generally I would have a fan on the actual RAM, but as you can see, the RAM was only at 19 degrees Celsius, so. And we're gonna open up the hardware monitor again, just to show you. I'll show you what temperature it'll actually go to. CPU again is at 4.6 gigahertz. There we go, 4.6 gigahertz. I'm not sure why everything's bouncing around. Uh, shouldn't be. C step and actual speed steps off. So I don't know why we're bouncing here. But 4.6 gigahertz on all cores. The power, the power is wrong, so don't read the power right now. 4.6 gigahertz. CPU temperature is very low, like we're hitting down to 9C, maximum of 20. And the actual RAM stick is only at 19.5, 19.8. And since we had it open with our regular test, it was at 26,854. Now we're going to run it again at 4.6 gigahertz, see what we get. Hardware info, yes. I've already done many videos and streams with comparing hardware monitor versus hardware info. Hardware info does have more, but as you can see a lot better about what's going on, how much easier it is to read, especially for people that don't know how to read the hardware info or have used it that much. You can just see with the hardware monitor, everything just, you can read it a lot easier. But yes, I do use hardware info. And it's not much more accurate. When I say not much more, I mean like it's basically the same as hardware monitor, and hardware info also has issues with older CPUs and motherboards as well. So the accuracy is not really the it's like a plus or minus 5% between the two on the older hardware. If you had new hardware, everything's up to date. Hardware info, yes, is more accurate. So we gain quite a bit of performance. I don't need to save these. I already know I can beat these. Actually, 38,777 is pretty good. Maybe I will save this. And even hardware monitor is on. So, okay, so, whoa, CPU tin, that's gotta be wrong. 99C's gotta be wrong there. CPU power, we hit a max of 84.5 watts at 62.81 amps. Maximum CPU temperature is 47C on core 5. Again, the CPU is lapped and the actual water box is lapped, and it is 9 degrees right now. And the actual max temperature that the RAM hit was 22.5C. That's why I don't need an actual fan on it, because it's only hitting 22.5C on the RAM. So what we're going to do, so our last test, like I said, we'll go down to, there it is. So our last test, like I said, was 26,584. This is a Xeon X5650. It's a 6-core, 12-thread. For some reason, it's telling me that we hit 7 gigahertz. We didn't. That was stock. So 26,584 MIPS is the actual test. So MIPS is the test there. But that's how many points. 26,584 on a Xeon X5570 at stock. So 2.93 gigahertz. Now we're at 4.6 gigahertz basically, and we're hitting 38,777. Oh, I am cooling this CPU right now with a Corsair XC5 water block that has been lapped, and it's on a custom water loop. Only a 240 mil radiator though. Like not much, but like I said, I lapped the actual CPU and the actual water block. The water block barely needed to be lapped. Like barely needed to be lapped, so it was really good. So this CPU is an X5650 at 4.6 gigahertz. We're doing 38,777 with an i7 3770K at roughly 4.8, almost 4.9 gigahertz. It's doing 36,000. So having the extra couple cores with the extra 4 threads is very helpful. And it's scale. This CPU does scale very well. So if I just keep raising the frequency, we can keep getting way better scores with this CPU. It's pretty nice. Why not direct die? Because I ain't rich, and yeah, I ain't rich. To be able to get a nice direct die that's not gonna harm your CPU, you have to get a proper direct die for the actual CPU. So it's cost a lot of money, and I just don't have that kind of money. But yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with the score. It's pretty good. 38,777. I'm gonna actually save the score because I don't believe I have anything around that for this saved. No, I don't. But what I'll do is I will save this score. So again, we just gotta open up CPU Z, 3 tabs. Don't need GPU because, well, it's a CPU and memory test. Again, we try to make things look nice. So we gotta have the CPU tab, memory tab, and memory tab. CPU, mainboard, and memory. Command line, we're just gonna bring this over here. Bring this over here. Put this actually up over here. There we go. Again, try to make things look fairly decent. And we can save a result. Again, you gotta have to make sure your taskbar is showing, everything's up to date, everything's proper. And with that one, we got a precise measurement of 0.003 milliseconds. So it's very, very precise. And we can save it. To be honest there, Memma, if you've watched my other streams or videos, I have broken a 12900K and a 13900KF with a proper direct die, okay? So I've broken almost 2 grand worth of CPUs, 2 CPUs, almost worth $2,000 with a direct die that was made for them, okay? So I'm not going to be doing that and risking breaking my CPUs that work very, very well. I have learned my lesson and I'm never going to do that again. I'm not doing direct die, especially when I'm going to be getting into liquid nitrogen. I do not need to do direct die. You definitely want an IHS on your actual system when you do liquid nitrogen. So I'm going to be keeping these CPUs with their IHS on them. All I'm going to be doing is lapping them so that way they are extremely flat, and I'll be lapping everything, any cooler, so like my water blocks, my liquid nitrogen blocks and all that, I will be lapping them myself to make sure they are perfectly flat as well. So I've already learned my lesson on that about direct dies, and I'm never going to be doing it again. Yeah, again, yeah, if you had a machine shop, if you had $500,000 for a machine shop, you could make a $50 direct die just so I can run it on one CPU. Then I would have to make another one. No, thank you. No, thank you. Again, I've already learned my lesson about direct die. It's too finicky. You can't get enough actual mounting pressure with it, and there's too many chances of things actually going wrong with direct dye. So, and again, I'm gonna be doing liquid nitrogen here in the future. So you don't want to do direct dye with liquid nitrogen. There's too many things that can go wrong. Yes, you could do direct dye with liquid nitrogen, but there's just so many more extra things you have to watch out for. User benchmark has this queue now, and it's unbearable to get through. User benchmark. Why are you using user? Oh, commission one. Yeah, it costs more than it costs a lot of money to commission custom anything custom through a machine shop. You know that, right? Like you actually have to have the actual CAD files or something like that. I can do CAD drawings and that. I have learned that just from past jobs working with $500,000 CNC machines and learning about CAD profile programming and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna take my time and do that. I rather take my time with the hardware and do what I can with it. I do modify my hardware using hardware mods like power limit mods, voltage mods, and memory mods as well. So I'd rather do that than spend my time with the CAD files and talking to and trying to find an actual machine shop that can actually make a direct die that will work proper. Then I'm going to have to buy multiple CPUs just in case the first test was not proper. If you ever watch DeBauer, Thermal Grizzly, DeBauer there, he does that kind of stuff and it takes him years. I'm not talking a couple months. It's taken him years to design an actual direct die or something like that for one CPU. Okay? That's why. And no, this is not, this is not user benchmark. You can use user benchmark. There's nothing wrong with it. User benchmark is actually funny. Like they they don't have anything against AMD people. It's just they make fun of them. Why? Because AMD fanboys say so much when Intel owns most of the market and is actually better for gaming and some work tests and some editing tests as well. AMD has its ups, but it has a lot of downs to it as well. And user benchmark just got a lot of hate in the past for saying certain things about AMD when AMD was in a very, very bad spot. And a lot of AMD fanboys just started hating on user benchmark. That's why user benchmark had that April Fool's thing about AMD. Because guess what? AMD fanboys actually like harassed the actual creators of it. So they just started making fun of AMD way more. And they don't say, oh, AMD sucks and stuff like that. They don't. They don't make sure that Intel and other like Nvidia and that are better at the tests. These tests are other tests that you can do on like benchmark here, benchmate. You can do some tests on benchmate, and Intel will beat AMD on most of these tests, but a couple of these tests AMD will actually beat Intel. So I mean, it's not it's actually really funny. Like if you go back through all the forums and like user benchmark and all that, if you actually take your time and actually go through stuff, it's really funny. It's actually funny what they actually say and do just because they AMD fanboys. It's funny. Oh, it's absolutely funny the stuff they say. It really is. And that's all because AMD fanboys literally harass them. Yes. Meme, meme, do you not read up or follow certain people? I've been following DeBauer since he started the company, since he started Thermal Grizzly, okay? You don't need to tell me what he's been doing. It's taken him years to design a direct die just for the 12900K. It's coming to market actually, it came to market a while ago, but it took him literally years to design a direct die that is good for the market, okay? So it takes a long time to design something to actually verify that it will work, and it's going to work in different climates and different parts of the world, and it's going to make it easy for us consumers to not break a CPU, so that way he doesn't get blamed because the consumer cannot figure out how to do something. That's why when I broke my 12900K, my 13900KF with a direct die, I blamed myself and I learned from that, and I'll never use a direct die again. Listen to what I'm saying, and it's nothing too personal to you, but you just gotta listen, okay? Oh, did you? Yeah, yeah, yeah. User benchmarks, nothing wrong with it. It's just if you go through all their like CPUs versus CPU type thing, and if you read on it, they'll actually say AMD will absolutely crush this Intel CPU, or AMD will crush this NVIDIA graphics card. Um, it depends, right? And AMD is technically cheaper, was a little bit cheaper than Intel, so they'll actually say, "Oh, okay, well, it's also cheaper, so you can save money, but it's not technically a better CPU. It's around the same performance or a little bit less." There's nothing wrong with user benchmarks, just people just hate it for some reason. Just because Intel and Nvidia make better stuff than AMD does not mean that they're hating on it. They're actually stating true facts. Facts are facts, people. Don't matter whether or not you bought into AMD or Intel and Nvidia and that. You just gotta either accept that you bought what you bought because you only had so much money. Hey, I'm not rich, but since I do hardcore overclocking in that, I buy everything used. All right, I buy everything used, and I'll buy whatever I can as cheap as possible. If AMD is technically cheaper and can give me a better performance on a certain amount of cores that can beat Intel, I'll buy it. But guess what? Intel on certain core CPUs always beat AMD. I'm stating true facts here. I'm stating true facts. Until we go into workstation CPUs, by the way. If we go into the Threadrippers and yeah, whew, Threadripper is absolutely an absolute beast. But I don't have that kind of money. At the time, the Threadrippers were $5,000 to $7,000 CPUs. Guess what? I don't have that kind of money. We're gonna raise the actual BCLK on this so that we can get a little bit more speed out of her. Let's go 212. Make sure we are a good 4 points. No, we want 4.7. We want 4.7 on her. There we go. 214. DDR3. That should be. Make sure the UCLK is double. Okay. That should work. Yes, you will, Hart. Yes, you will. You're on every stream, basically. So, yes, you will. Simbench? Yeah, Simbench depends. So, like I said, Intel and AMD has like a back and forth thing. AMD comes out technically a little bit before Intel's newest CPUs. So, Intel's newest CPUs are actually going to beat Ryzen's new CPUs. It's just AMD goes off of basically Intel's older CPU. So the 14900K versus the 9950X or whatever, right? Now the 9950X has to verse the Intel's 285Ks and the 265Ks and 245Ks, okay? So, and guess what? The Intel's going to win. Not going to say that AMD is the 9950X or whatever 3Ds and stuff like that are bad. They are absolute monsters. If you've watched my older videos, I came out with like the leak with the part of the leak. I was with some people with the leak because I'm on this hardwarebot.org, and there are certain people on hardwarebot.org that are like, they're not really. Oh, I crashed. So I need to get more voltage into the CPU, but I know about certain CPUs because there's actual tests that go onto hardwarebot.org before everybody sees. And if I see that there's a new CPU on hardwarebot.org and they're beating other scores, I'll be the first one to make a video about it and be like, it's an absolute monster. The 9950 whatever was an absolute monster of a CPU. It came out and it was on water and it was crushing CPUs that were on liquid nitrogen. I'm not hating on AMD, it's just AMD has issues, Intel has issues as well. Intel's better for most things, but AMD is also good for some things. Mechanical. I used membrane for years and I switched to an actual mechanical, and to be honest, I'll never switch again. Hopefully you guys don't hear my keyboard when I'm using it too bad. I don't have the super clicky ones, but the 60% keyboard has like a metal base and it makes it really loud. Yep. There's a lot of things that come to market and all that as well. Yeah, you're right. I think we all have issues there, Professor. It's cold out. I'm just saying, it's cold. Okay. So I'm pretty sure it's the RAM not liking this, um, which is okay. I can lower the RAM a little bit. If I do, though, the score's gonna go way down, so maybe I'll do that. Think. I'm not sure why I'm having this much issue with the RAM right now. Let's raise the RAM. 1.4 is generally where I like to be for higher clocks, but it's okay. And then we'll just raise this to 1.45 just to make sure that we're getting enough voltage for that. IO voltage, like I said, usually 1.1 is just fine, but we're gonna keep it to auto. DRAM timing control should be 11, 11, 11. Yep, so we're good there. Everything looks good, to be honest. So I want to hit this 4.7 for this test. No, I have not. I usually just use Windows 10. I strip a bunch of portions out of the Windows. I strip all the bloatware. This is not my general overclocking SSD, by the way. This has like OBS. This is gonna be for my streaming PC for when I take apart my daily PC, by the way. So my daily PC is the one that's actually streaming right now, that is recording all this. I built this PC up because I wanted to make a streaming PC so that way I can take apart my daily, clean it up before the competition, so that way everything's nice and clean, ready to go. Oh, okay, I'm looking. If I have some money left after getting the laptop, I'll buy one, but I got a Razer one too. Nice. I don't have a Razer one. I use a Red Dragon. It's a white Red Dragon 60%. Don't buy a 60% keyboard. I hate them. I absolutely hate them. You can't take a screenshot, proper screenshots with it. This one I cannot take a proper screenshot. So I literally have two keyboards connected to my actual daily PC, so that way I can actually take screenshots. But I also have like 7 different keyboards as well, because on this motherboard, if I use the one membrane keyboard I have, it doesn't work in the BIOS. But yet this new 60% keyboard works to get into the BIOS on this board. I don't get it. And I'm reading, hopefully soon. I'm not sure. It depends if my dad takes me. He has to repay me $100. I haven't spent some mine. Waiting on him to pay me back. Yeah, that happens, right? Meh. Even if you strip 10 Pro, there are still programs that are no, man. You can strip Windows 10 Pro. So Windows 10 Pro depends on which Windows 10 version that you're using. I do not use an upgraded one. I use a certain Windows 10 Pro. So a certain installed Windows 10 Pro. I'll strip it right down to like bare minimum, no bloatware, and I'll delete certain portions of that Windows 10, so that way it's basically like a Windows 8.1 Okay, so I mean, I strip it right down. I will get actual better scores. And I'll show this on hardwarebot.org that if you run Windows 10 at a certain version, strip it down, you can beat people that are on Windows 7 or Windows Vista. And generally, Windows 7 and Windows Vista will give you better scores than any other Windows. But for certain tests, the Windows 10 stripped down, certain versions of Windows 10 stripped down, you can actually get better scores. It's You just gotta know a thing or two about a thing or two. I've gotten a lot of hours into overclocking and testing different variations of different things. So, do these affect performance? If you're just like a daily gamer and stuff like that, it does not affect you at all. But I mean, for like these tests, not really 7-zip, but like Y Cruncher and Cinbench, you can get better performance by having a stripped down version, having, like I said, I have like iRune Cam. So I have iRune Cam from my phone for when I want to do two video captures at the same time. I have Steam installed. There would not, well, Steam will be installed. I will install Steam only, and I won't have like a benchmate installed. I don't have the OBS bot installed. I won't have the hardware monitor installed. I won't have the AIM Lab PC Mark 10. Each time I do want to do a certain test, I'll make sure I only download, like I said, 3D Mark 2001 SE. I'll only have that on that. And then when I'm done doing all the testing on that with my stripped down Windows 10, a certain version of Windows 10, I'll even delete that and then I'll download another test to do, okay? So like it will perfect and and to make sure you get even more performance, what we can do is, oh, we crashed. We, drive IQ nonetheless. My RAM is having issues tonight. My RAM's having issues tonight. That's okay. What I'm gonna do for the next stream too, because actually, no, not the next one. The next stream will probably be the giveaway stream, by the way. And that giveaway stream, I'll be cleaning up my daily rig. Keychron? Yeah, no, man. This 60% keyboard does not work for capturing the screen. I've tried it. There's actually like 3 different ways on a 60% keyboard that you can take a screenshot. None of them work on this keyboard. I don't know if it's just because of this keyboard or maybe I am like a handicap or something. I don't know. I've always done that too. Windows 10 and Windows 11, deleting junk. Yeah, deleting the junk is just better for overall like speeding up the system for starting and like making sure there's no startup systems running too would actually help out too. If you want to see some CS2 clips, go on to my YouTube and go back and look at my CS2 clips. You can see how good I was, and I got up to being the top 1,000 in CS2, but I literally quit it because I was playing against nothing but hackers in ranked. As soon as you get up and around that rank, like over 20,000 in Premier, you're gonna be playing about nothing but hackers, and it's really annoying. So I'm dedicating all my time to my YouTube channel, and I'm dedicating every single minute I can to overclocking and trying to get new hardware and just trying to help out everyone maybe learn something or hopefully they enjoy my videos basically. Mod the BIOS. What BIOS? BIOS are you talking about? I'm back here. Have you tried them, especially these old ASUS BIOS? The Russians have done some very interesting things. No, so the only thing I've done with this BIOS is update it to the latest BIOS, and that's from like years ago still. I haven't actually tried to change the BIOS of this motherboard. The only BIOSes I've actually done are like graphics cards, and I've literally gone through and like set my own parameters of the BIOS for the the actual GPU, which was an RX 580, and I've actually sent it in to AMD to verify it so that way I could run it. I no longer have that graphics card, and after I sold it, I switched it all back to standard, basically. My keyboard weighs 5 pounds. That's a heavy keyboard. Heavy. This keyboard, it does have a metal base, but it's fairly light. Like I said, it's just a 60%, but it has issues with printing screenshots. Printing screenshots. It just has issues with screenshots for some reason. There's 3 different ways to do a screenshot on 60% keyboards, but every single way does not work. All right, let's go. I already know what I got to do here, which I don't really want to do. I don't want to do this, but I'm doing it. 12, so I should be able to do 20. What am I at? 1287? Yeah, 2574. Just give me a minute. I'll check out Discord here. My phone's having issues keeping up with the actual live stream anyways. Verifying BIOS can be done locally. Unfortunately, in Windows, this has to be done every boot cycle. Oh, really? I did not know that. So with the hardwarebot.org, you actually have to let them know if you've done any of those kind of modifications to graphics cards, because there's certain graphics cards where you can BIOS or mod them so that way they run a bit better than other ones and that. Same thing with motherboards and things. You have to let them know that it's like you actually change the actual hardware itself or the actual software that's built into it. Which I want to have like everything basically what it should be from manufacturer, just updated the best I can, or find the actual BIOS update that actually works best for whatever I'm using. So my daily system, even though it's a Z690, it's not updated to the newest BIOS with the latest microcode. It's still on the back, way back F28. I have it on F28 for the Gigabyte Z690 ORS Master. F28 also works for other motherboards for Gigabyte, but F28 for a Z690 ORS Master does not have the microcode update onto it, as I manually tune all of my stuff, especially for testing and all that, and I'm okay with having the I'm okay with not having the latest BIOS because I manually tune everything and I'm always on the extreme OC mode. And if you haven't watched my video yet about Intel's degrading problems, that video is old. And then I just made a new video because it's just coming to light from months ago. I'm talking months and months ago. I made a video about Intel and saying it wasn't just Intel's fault. It's also motherboard manufacturers as well. And then also the instability comes from RAM manufacturers. It's true. It's all true. Intel let the motherboard manufacturers have too much leniency and let them do too much with the K-variant CPUs. And now they're implementing something that came out on Intel's 4th gen that they put in Intel's 4th gen, and from Intel's 4th gen and up, it's been implemented in every CPU, and now they're changing it so that way motherboard manufacturers can never do what they did again. And that's what they enabled basically extreme OC mode, which is for like us enthusiasts that use liquid nitrogen or extreme cooling, and they put that on stock settings. So that's why people's Intel CPUs were degrading. So if you haven't seen that video, please go watch that one. It is fairly long. I just saw, if you ever heard of Jay's 2 cents, I saw his video and I just read the headline. I'm like, I've already talked about this, I don't know how many times through live streams and other videos, and this was all months ago, and now it's coming to light. Intel actually found out it was the actual motherboard manufacturers that messed up, but Intel took the blame, and Intel made sure that every motherboard manufacturer um, got the tis tis, and now every motherboard that comes with Intel again will basically never have oh, this motherboard can do better than this motherboard. They're basically going to be the same. Ryzen implemented this stuff a long time ago, so they never really had an issue with that. But Intel was too worried about their investors on their 18A, and 18A got transferred to TCSM, I believe, which is another company, another big CPU company that no one's really heard of. But Intel is going to be implementing in 2025 20A, which is all like data centers, like Xeons and servers and stuff like that. So that way it's a lot more money goes into that than us consumers. So Intel wasn't really paying attention to that, to us, to the actual motherboard manufacturers either. So it just came to light, and Intel actually just found out. So if you want to go watch that video, it's pretty knowledgeable. You might learn something, and if anyone's watched my streams before and said that I was wrong, I didn't know what I was talking about, hopefully they can watch that video and be like, hey, I guess he knew what he was talking about, because I do my research. I do a lot of research, spend a lot of time, a lot of late nights uh, researching stuff. And I'm back to the chat. I have an old X79 Sabertooth that I got, resizable bar or something. Yep, you can do that. Yeah, resizable bar can be put onto those motherboards. I already knew about that. It does help. With the new BIOS update, Gigabyte disable overclocking on my motherboard and gives you a warning notification if you enable any. Is that the newest BIOS update? Yeah, they and all these new CPUs with like AI, like the 1400Ks and up now, with the built-in AI, if you do the overclocking, it's saved into a file that's built into the actual CPU architect. So that way, if you do send it in for warranty, they can just plug it into a system, and then if it gives them a, oh, yep, he overclocked it manually, then yeah, you won't get warranty. For me, I'm okay with that. I already knew that if you overclock your CPU or something like that, technically you don't have warranty. So if you're not a truthful person like I am, or something like that, a lot of people try to screw over a company by breaking their own stuff and trying to get a new one, right? So now with the AI, boom, they made it so you literally have to destroy the CPU architect by smashing with a hammer or something, so that way they can't find it. And you can thank the motherboard manufacturers for that one, for messing up so bad that they actually had to implement um, FLDR, I believe it's called, or FDLR or something like that into the, like I said, an something that was I can't even say the word now. That was put into the fourth gen, and every CPU from the fourth gen and up, they put in a certain portion onto the architect. That made it so that way, like the CPU goes to a certain temperature, the voltage will go down to make sure everything will be good, or the voltage goes up but the temperature's low so you can get more frequency. It's that kind of thing. And now they put into that, like I said, motherboard manufacturers made it so it happens. They put it into so the motherboard manufacturers cannot go into an extreme OC mode, which is for us enthusiasts, people that want to overclock on extreme cooling and want to actually manually tune it. Motherboard manufacturers put that mode on and put it on stock. So like all stock CPUs were on extreme mode basically, even though it was on stock settings and getting way too much voltage. It did not need to have that much voltage to be good. But these motherboard manufacturers, that they got away with it until the very end, and Intel, like I said, they ate up all that hate and all that, and the market dropped 2%, but they still own 78% of the market. So let's go Intel. And like I said, Intel needs, and back with my old videos, I literally talked about how Intel and the motherboard manufacturers probably didn't talk to each other enough about certain things. The motherboard manufacturers just probably did some things by themselves. Asus really messed up with their motherboards with the 13900Ks and 14900Ks. So, but if you watched all these bigger creators, they said tis tis Intel, and I said tis tis, but I also said motherboard manufacturers, you're doing something wrong, and it's not just Intel. And what do you know? It's true. It all came to light, and now Intel's mad. Take her easy, Frosty. I should take a look at the Discord though. Okay, so like I said, I'm having some issues with the RAM because like I said, we're here, we're good to go here. I'm having some issues with the RAM tonight. You can usually overclock it a little bit better than this. That's okay. That's okay. We're at 4.7 gigahertz now. We'll use the hardware monitor just to show you. Temperatures should be really good too. It's still 9 degrees in here. 4.7 right there. Temperatures still around the 15, 10, 9, up to 20 degrees Celsius still. So we're still good. RAM though. I want to check RAM. RAM still good. 19.8. So we're still good. And we're going to run the 7-zip. Yeah, I knew it was issues with the motherboard manufacturers, and a lot of instability came with RAM kits as well. When all this Intel, whoa, 23,000. Something's not right. Something's not right. That's okay. I knew there was a lot of issue. I knew there was an issue with other things other than it's just Intel's fault. Just because I manually tune all of my CPUs. I use the extreme OC mode, and I never have to go over 1.365 or 1.435 volts on my CPUs. The 13900KF as well. Never had to go over 1.365 volts to get 6 gigahertz to work on all P cores, and 1.2 volts to hit 4.8 gigahertz on the E cores. But yeah, everyone that was on stock, their voltage was going all the way up to 1.6 volts for some reason. I've also had, like I said, thousands of hours overclocking DDR5 RAM, and you don't need to have 1.5, 1.6 volts into DDR5 RAM. Yeah, something was wrong on that test. Something was wrong on that test. Oh, that's right. That's right. I had to lower the actual RAM there, so our test isn't going to be that great. Forgot about that. But now we're at a lower RAM frequency, probably tune it a lot better. Yeah. As you can see here, oh yeah, we're on real time here, so I can't move the mouse. Let's just exit that. Okay, we don't need that. I'm going to restart it, and I'm going to tune it a little bit more to get a better performance, because that's not very good. We should be able to beat 38,777. No problem. But yeah, if you guys want to check it, if anyone's new to this stream, my channel, welcome. It doesn't generally look like this. It looks a lot better. But if you want to check out the Discord channel, check it out. I'll also leave the video about... Actually, I think I do have it. I'll definitely leave a video link in the actual Discord channel about Intel and the motherboard manufacturers. So if anybody wants to actually learn a bit about what happened with Intel's degrading CPUs and how it wasn't just Intel's fault, and I've been saying this all along, and want to learn something, it'll be in the Discord channel after I'm done this stream, or maybe here in a minute. So what we can do is we can go to CL9, 10, 10, around there. We can go down to probably 90, should be all right. And we'll try that out. We should be able to get a lot better score with that. A lot better score with that, hopefully. But yeah, I'm going to check out the Discord here, and I will be right back to the chat here, because I'm going to actually get the link into the Discord just in case anybody actually wants to look at that video that I posted, because like I said, you can learn a lot from it, and hopefully if there's anybody that was an Intel fan, is not an Intel fan now, I hope you can be an Intel fan again, because it, like I said, it wasn't just Intel's fault. Go, and that should actually load up just fine, I'm hoping. Should be actually, I should be able to lower the RAM a bit more too, like CL8, especially at this speed. I should probably go CL7 at these speeds. And I'll leave the actual link in the upload section of Discord. Or not upload, sorry, the streams in Discord. It'll be the newest one. It'll be one with the picture of Jay's 2 cents. And then me in the corner there, because it is me going over Jay's 2 cents video, because I also did a bunch of research too and showed a bunch of the implementations that Intel's doing due to the fact that these motherboard manufacturers kind of screwed them over. Okay, we're going to go back to Benjamin here. Hopefully it helps the score. It should help the score quite a bit. Just lowering the refresh rate of the RAM from 150 to 90. But I also lowered the cast latency too. The cast latency, lowering it that much won't do that much, but that's fine. And I'm going to check out the Discord while this goes. Hopefully everyone's having a good night. If you want to go... CL8 or CL9? Shouldn't be the data. I'm having issues with the RAM tonight. I am really having issues with the RAM tonight, and I don't get why. That is okay. That is okay. Check out... that is a big mug. Is that a 32 ounce or a 36 ounce? Because mine's a 32 ounce. Man, what is your keyboard made of? 5 pounds 2 ounces? What is your keyboard made of? Oh. Like, seriously, what is your keyboard made of that it weighs 5 pounds? Over 5 pounds at that. The refresh cycle should be just fine at 90. Seal 9's fine. I should be able to do Seal 9. I should be able to run the cast delay down 2, and the pre-time I should be able to do 9 as well. What do we have for voltage? 1.84. We could probably raise that up to 1.88 just to help any other stability. These RAM kits really need the voltage, especially with DDR3 if you're trying to get some good speeds and or good timings. And these are not good speeds or good timings, by the way. But I've worked with this RAM kit for a lot, so I don't know why I'm having this much issue. I know the i7-3770K doesn't give me even close to this much issue. But these Xeons can be a little issue overclocking the RAM. Maybe it's the memory controller or something. I don't know. Everything looks good. Yeah, that is a heavy keyboard, man. Anybody else? Anywhere else I gotta check up on? Nope. And let's get back to the chat here. Let's get back to the chat. Maybe. Maybe. The phone is not liking me tonight either. GPU overclocking. No, I love my RAM overclocking, man. I love my RAM overclocking. Seriously, I don't know. I just really like RAM overclocking. Not CPU. CPU is actually fairly easy once you know that the colder you get, the less voltage you need and the higher clock rates you can get. Like once you start learning that, it's pretty easy. RAM though, there's so much to RAM. The primary timing, secondary timings, all your wow, especially for DDR5 too. Drive IQ. I'm having issues with the RAM tonight, and I don't get why. I know I can get more than this on this CPU, but I'm having a lot of issues. Oh, the Vega. Yeah, I haven't touched the Vega, man. So I don't know if it would be fun or not. I haven't touched it. I haven't really touched a whole lot of AMD GPUs since RX 580s. Not gonna lie. It's a custom keyboard and a steel chat. That's steel chat. Yeah. Okay. That's probably why it weighs so much. But yeah, I haven't actually had this much issue with this RAM. There was one stream that had issues, but then I figured out that I had the dud RAM stick in. But I have the best RAM stick in that can usually do a lot more. I'm going to go back to the 1715 there. But what I'm going to do is 11, 12, 12. The act time, I'll do 26. That doesn't help me out much for performance. And then I'll bring this back up to 160 at least. I think I can go, yeah, 160 is the max. Pretty loose timing. Four act to win. For act to win, I should be able to do actually lower, but I'll try 22. I should be able to do 22. Everything looks good, and I'll go 1.9. And what I'm gonna do now is actually put a fan on it, because once I get to the 1.9, a fan. No. No. Oh no! I dropped the camera. The actual bang that you actually heard was a stone. So it's an actual tile stone that I use for specialty tiling that I've done. Oh. No, nothing's set up. Now it's all ruined. Everything's ruined. Sorry about that, everybody. Shoot. Now what I gotta do. Now what I gotta do is set the camera back up. Oh no. It's a black screen. Sorry about this, everybody. I just moved one thing and I just knocked over the camera, which disconnected it. It's going to take me a second here to get it all set back up. Guess we got the chat back up there. And I gotta add video capture device again, because when it disconnects, it loves to not reconnect proper here. Maybe I'd start chatting a bit. I could do more overclocking later. I'll do some chatting. Look at the sheen. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. You have to give it a second for the ISO to balance everything. It's gonna be really bright. Well, that sucks. There we go. Yeah, I'm just having too much issue with the RAM overclocking tonight for some reason. So we'll call that it. Like the RAM sticks are, like I said, 20 degrees Celsius that you saw. They haven't really changed any temperature, and the CPU's gone up to like maybe 50 degrees Celsius, so it's not the CPU either. But I did have a move, and probably some things got jarred around, so I might have to hit the actual RAM sticks, the actual memory on them, the chips. Might have to reball them. Like I said, these are dual-sided, so DS, dual-sided, dual rank, so DSDRs. And what you can do is you can download an actual software where you can actually change these dual rank, double-sided dual ranks. And what you can do is you can actually get rid of one side of the chips. You get rid of, so these are 4 gigs. You'll change these to 2 gigabytes, but you can actually get a lot more actual like performance out of them. But these tests, a lot of tests that I do actually need more RAM, so I don't want to really do that with these because it actually will change the parameters on this RAM stick itself. If anyone has any questions, though, please let me know. To be honest, I'm glad I didn't break my camera. It's not a cheap camera. I, I don't know why. Thank you. I'm learning the alphabet. Well, it's not. I guess it's not the alphabet. I can show that. Why? Why is it? Why is it holding that for review? Show. It's I didn't realize that was a Canadian South Park alphabet. Another moderator just handled this. What? I know I have certain moderators in effect, but they're bots, so okay, good job, bot. That's odd. I actually haven't had a bot actually work for me. It actually worked. The YouTube bots work. It took it a minute though to make sure you can show, but that's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I'm having issues with these RAM sticks right now, so I'll just stop the overclocking on that. I did show like how to do some validation really, and did a little bit of overclocking. Wasn't a bad score to be honest, but what I'm going to do window capture. That's one window capture. I want a different window capture though. And there goes the chat again. That's okay. Do another window capture. We're going to hardwarebot.org. Go over some couple of scores. I've done this a few times on my stream, so if you've seen this before, I'm sorry for boring you on that. We'll go back to this. We go window capture. Okay, it's not letting me use that window capture. There we go. I need to figure out my bobblehead now. There we go. And we can make myself a real bobblehead here. Add a little filter. Yeah, I've watched a few of them. Um, I don't know what's his name there. Gamers Nexus. I don't know. For the past like year, he's just been getting on my nerves. He just says too much. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Just for the past year, he used to. He used to know what he was talking about, but now he's just getting on my nerves. So I stopped watching his stuff basically. There we go. Now we got that. I'm gonna do a little James Bond here. All right. Yeah, I've watched some reviews, but I don't like to really watch reviews. What I like to do is go on to the actual certain forums that I like to use that are very trustworthy. A lot of forums that I use are from actual enthusiasts like myself, extreme enthusiasts like myself, that like to read up and see who's used what they've really thought about it. And they're not really like an AMD fanboy or an Intel fanboy or NVIDIA and stuff like that. They just want to have technically the best for overclocking, the best for certain things. That's what I worry about really. And I'll go on to like the motherboard manufacturers pages and figure out what they're doing. Like I said, if ever heard of the 18A, 18A is for like uh, big time investors or for data centers and stuff like that. They use a lot more expensive CPUs and they buy tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of CPUs from Intel. 18A was part of a program and stuff like that that got flipped over to a different company called TCSM or something like that, which is another big CPU type manufacturer or seller or whatever you want to call them. Basically, they own a part of the stock market. And now they're going to be doing in 2025 the 20A, and I'm hoping Intel sticks with that, and it'll help make them a big CPU company again. They're still the biggest CPU company out there, but since they switched over this 18A, they lost a bit of the actual CPU market, and also because of the degrading of the CPUs. But I like to actually like read up on certain forums and whatnot. I don't care about really what the content creators say, especially the big guys that are sponsored by. Right now, this year, a lot of content creators like Linus Tech Tips, they're sponsored by AMD. What's his name? Gamers Nexus is sponsored by AMD. Well, a bunch of their stuff is sponsored by AMD. Same thing with other content creators. The AMD started sponsoring all these content creators, and the content creators are bashing Intel more this year. And since the actual degrading the CPUs due to the fact motherboard manufacturers screwed over Intel, and it just came to light, I'm hoping everyone finds out that it's not really Intel's fault. Yes, Intel has that extreme OC profile built into it, but it should never have been implemented into stock settings. That's motherboard manufacturers doing that. So I'm hoping people start learning that and be like, hey, maybe I'm gonna stay with Intel instead of switching over to AMD because, like I said, way back, I'm talking like 5, 6, 7 months ago, I was literally talking about how if AMD or if Intel goes down and AMD goes up, as in the prices of the CPUs, which exactly happened. Exactly, the AMD prices went up and Intel prices went down. This year, it's gonna mess a whole lot of things up, and it did. It messed a whole lot of things up. But now that this new thing came out years ago, by the way, this Intel degrading CPUs came out years ago. Maybe now that things have come to light that people start understanding a little bit more, especially if they watch my videos, I'm really hoping they learn a bit more about what really goes on, because I actually go on to certain forums, I talk to certain people, and actually go on to motherboard manufacturers pages, read up on every single different CPU, like these new CPUs as well. Yeah, it really does suck, man. It's yeah, LTT sucks. Hey, he's a fellow Canadian. I cannot say nothing about him. I subscribed to him, then I unsubscribed to him because I used to leave YouTube on, and all of a sudden he's always playing. And I'm like, I wasn't even watching computer stuff at that. I was watching some car stuff, and all of a sudden I'm being woken up to his voice. I don't know why. I just hate his voice. And then I wake up and go, why is this playing every time? It's like, come on. That's why I unsubscribed to him. I subscribe back to him because he's a fellow Canadian, but that's about it. That's about it. We're gonna go to. Oh, I guess I need to put it in the keyboard, don't I? 90% of what he does is just stupid. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I know. Yeah. And everyone knew there's gonna be issues with it and all that because there's so much things that can go wrong with it. And what do you know? Things were going wrong because they didn't do it right to begin with, even though the way he was making it out to be is that they're doing it proper. Well, they never technically do it proper, and they're only sponsored. They get sponsored and have to say, "Oh, this is so good." Then literally the next video is like, "Oh, we don't use that no more because we're sponsored by these guys, and actually these ones are actually better." And then the next video is like, "Oh, we're actually this one's better, and it does this and this." It's like, make up your mind. But I get it. He has a big YouTube channel. He's got a lot of people and all that, so he's got to make money, right? You got one for me, Joe? What do you got? 3D Gamer Man. No, I don't remember 3D Gamer Man, or maybe I do. No, I don't. I would like to know. I like to remember him. Like, what's he from? There we go. What is he from? I don't know what he's from. And now all the camera has to do is adjusting again because I just sat down from the light. Nah, I don't remember him, man. But yeah, Gamers Nexus. I used to like him and all that, but then again, due to the fact AMD starts sponsoring all these people, and then these people have to say certain things, and then they start bashing other people and all that, even though what they're saying is somewhat true, but not to the full truth. It's like, come on, you gotta be truthful, especially when you got such a big YouTube channel and all these people are trying to trust you. It's like, come on, you gotta be more truthful. You gotta know more stuff, and you make it look like you literally make it look like you know all this and you've done all these tests. But this CPU literally just came out and you literally just got it, and you're only running certain tests to make it seem like this other CPU is better. It's like if you run all the tests that normal people would be running, the other CPU would be winning, like Intel versus AMD. Intel would be winning most of the time. I'm not just saying that because I use a lot of Intel. I use Intel because I buy used stuff and it's good prices. I have motherboards for it. I used to run a lot of AMD as well, but for the actual overclocking on certain CPUs with certain cores and stuff like that, AMD. And I'm not going to be spending tens of thousands of dollars to get to the AMD line to where it's actually going to beat Intel's. Tens of thousands just for one setup. I'm not going to do that. Yep, I missed him. Me too. Me too. I missed Timmy. I missed Timmy. He was such a dumb guy, but he was really funny. And if you ever watched what happened to him, I feel sad for him and bad for him too. But it's also like, man, you shouldn't have done what you did. You just spent all this money that you were given from a death in the family, basically, and then like wasted it. It's like if you did it like a normal person and like me, don't spend money where like he was spending so much money on his YouTube channel basically that he went broke. Like that was the reason why he had to quit because he's literally gambling his money away. You can't do that. You gotta do other means than spend money to get viewers. You gotta promote yourself freeway. You gotta have people like you, Professor. Yeah, he was super funny. It's like did stupid stuff. But he had some really cool hardware and stuff like that. But he went broke, man. He literally went broke. So, and he had a family. That's the thing. I don't have a family. I don't have kids. I don't have to worry about stuff like that. I can spend my money on my hardware and that's how I make myself happy basically is on the hardware. I spend all my time, late nights, especially weekends on my hardware because it makes me happy. 10 plus years. Holy, I didn't know that. For the 3D gamer. I didn't realize that, man. 3D gamer, wasn't he like one of the first YouTubers for like the million subscribers, I think? I thought he stopped because of his heart. No, man, no. He came out with the other another video. Yeah, he came out with a video saying, "Oh, I have this heart condition and stuff," but it was a lie, dude. It was a lie. He came out with another video, and then if like you're with him on Discord and stuff, he literally said like, "I got this money from I'm pretty sure his like grandfather or something died, and he got like $200,000 or $250,000 from the death from a will." And he spent it all. He gambled it away. He spent it all on the YouTube channel because he didn't want to get sponsors and that. But really, it's because the sponsors didn't want to sponsor him because he wasn't doing things that was like he didn't really try to get sponsored either. But the sponsors didn't want to sponsor him either. Like I've tried to get sponsors too, but since I'm such a small YouTube channel, I just keep getting not at this time. Thank you for saying F you basically, but I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna keep trying for my brands that I like for all these new stuff. I'm gonna keep trying, but I'm not gonna gamble my money away. I'm not gonna spend money just so I can get viewers and stuff like that. But he literally did. Yeah, he came out with another video. It was like, yeah, I got all this money, and then yeah, I went broke from gambling and trying to make sure the YouTube channel took off. I missed him too, man. I missed him too. Yeah, he was so good. Yeah, okay, yeah. So he was one of the million. I thought so, man. I did. I thought so. He kind of reminded me of Warwell. Yep. I remember him. Yep, CS2. Not CS2, CSGO. He started in CSGO, I believe. I liked when he roasted people. Yes, yeah, man. He he roasted people's computers, but yeah, no, I liked it when he got certain graphics cards and that because I wish I had those kind of graphics cards to test out and do these hardcore overclockings on. Or I liked it when he was in his garage and then he did like the big cooler and all that, and he was like freezing away basically doing these tests. It's oh, it was good. It was good, man. It's good content. Dawood, yeah, Dawood's okay. Dawood was like very small YouTuber, and all of a sudden his channel just went bam. Like I mean, like absolutely just took off. I'm pretty sure it was from one video too. I think it was like a I got scam video or something like that. Then his channel just took off. Or I think it was a I bought this PC and it's I don't know something like that. One of his videos just took right off, and all of a sudden his channel went awesome. Like Good for you, man. Good for you. I always thought his girlfriend was too good looking for him. Probably true though. I guess I stopped reading the chat and laughing away, basically. I should probably do something here. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Maybe tomorrow or maybe this weekend, I'll be doing day 2 of the giveaway live stream. All you gotta be is a subscriber and message in the chat, and you could win a X5570 Xeon. It's not a whole lot, but it's what I can do right now. I've also got a Discord channel. If you would like to click on the Discord channel on my channel there, on the YouTube channel here, it'll take you to the Discord. Okay, my moderator does not work that well. Max RCs. I don't know how I have kids on my channel either. No kids should be on my channel. It should only be for adults. I don't get that. No offense, though. No offense. It's just, come on now. You don't need to be saying that. Some people's parents, I tell you. Yeah, my moderator's not working now. It worked for your weird alphabet, but it's not working for this. Not trading. No, it's we're right now. I was overclocking an older system, but I'm having trouble with the RAM today, so I quit doing that. So we're gonna go over some of the scores that I've done with the CPU. This is on hardwarebot.org. It's for more or less enthusiasts, or if you just want to get into some overclocking, it's a good platform to do because you can validate all your stuff and have good competition, basically. Yeah, I don't even have a 7-zip on my X5650, but that's fine. Stocks, no. Take her easy. Yeah, all right scores for this CPU, but I have to do more, of course. The reason why I don't have a lot of scores with some CPUs is because I've done so much overclocking on the SimBench tests, and like I said, I like my Super Pi on the Super Pi that I just don't have. I didn't have the time, and then I stopped doing it so that way I can run another hardware, another CPU or GPU, whatever I wanted to feel like the next day, basically. So that's why I don't have a lot. And then some CPUs like my 12600K, like my 12600K, we literally have almost all the tests because I was overclocking DDR5 day in, day out for a good year. A good year for day in and day out. Every single day I was overclocking RAM, and then I just was overclocking the CPU too at the same time just because I was in the BIOS basically. So I got a lot of scores with my 12600K. I got a few with the 12900 before I broke it. 12900K before I broke it. Few. And then my 13900K, I didn't get a whole lot before I broke it. Oh, KF, before I broke it, which is okay too. I mean, I got a few, but 13900 KF was before I got good RAM. Same thing with 12900K. And my 12600K is just insane for overclocking RAM for some reason. So I got some really good scores with it. Yeah. It's all part of the process, right? Gotta break some things to break some records. I really wish it didn't happen, but it did. All right, so got a few good scores. Got some top fives with my 12600K, but I'm literally going against people that are liquid nitrogen and or cascades. I'll show you what I mean by that. So now I guess liquid nitrogen is the top score, but I'm top five and not too far off from him. So, and then we can go with some other tests. There we go. My 7-zip, 110,000 was a pretty good score. I only did 5.4. I do 5.5. I do 5.5 P cores, giving me a bit more. 69 on load. That's right, 69 on full load. And we are again going after some chilled waters. Well, these guys are liars for AIO. There's no way it's AIO. Nah, they don't have a picture. They didn't validate nothing. So, because they're not top 20, they didn't validate. So, they're not saying if they're on liquid nitrogen or not. So, their scores will probably be taken out. Because they literally need to be up on around liquid nitrogen cascade, like a phase change, single stage at least. You can do dual stage cascade, and then dry ice. You gotta have that to be up around the score I am, or be on at least some chilled water. So having an AIO up around there, chances of it are slim to none. Maybe they chilled the AIO somehow without breaking it. If they did, good for them. Good for them. Y Cruncher 5 Pi 5B is a fun test. I only did 5.3, and as you can see, 5.3, 4.3, and 81 on load, on full load. So I mean, like, it really makes your CPU chooch. Voltage 1.32 or 1.259. I believe the 1.32 volts. Because the max I use on this CPU for 5.5 P cores is 1.365 volts. That's all I need. It's a really good CPU. It's a very good CPU. But yeah, it's... And the best BIOS, like I said, for my motherboard. I don't care about the microcode updates or having the best or the newest BIOS. I care about what BIOS is going to be best performance. I've gone through all the BIOSes. Version F28 is the best, but this is F28B, so it's F28 second, like before the finalized version of F28, and I used F28. I use F28 now, so that's what I use on my Z690 Oris Master. But then I don't use stock settings, so I don't have to worry about my CPU getting too much voltage, even though mine is a 12600K. Even if I had my 12900, 13900KF in it, I would still have this BIOS, just to the fact that I tune it manually, and it won't be on stock settings, and will use extreme OC mode anyways. And make sure I have full power limits on everything, and don't care about how much power I use when I do these overclockings. I think, how many watts did I think it was around 600 watts that I got my 13900K up to. That day was very cold, so I was able to get the water down to -20. So water, my water and antifreeze mix that I do, I got the water temperature down to -20, so I was able to get it fairly chilly. It's very happy. But yeah, it was around 600 some watts out of the CPU. It's a lot of wattage. So I made sure I only had my CPU in and my GT240 that I'll show you here. That I got working again today. So what time is it? Yeah, today. So I got this working again, and this just as low powered GPU basically in the system, so that way I didn't have to run a whole lot of wattage. Only the CPU wattage basically. Actually, I could probably show how many wattage. Probably it should be true on one of these. R23 is the most, but Y-Cruncher 5B. Nah, it's only at 5.8, so it wasn't this test. Yeah, max wattage wasn't even 500 showing on this one. I've gotten way over 500 watts on this on the 13900 KF. Way over 500 watts. So, what test was it? Pi 1B. Definitely won't be this one. Yeah, 5.8 still not the test. 433. What test was it? R23? Was it R23 that I did it on? Not single. Multi. So, Professor, if you're still here, this is the, yeah, 5900 load. This will be a lot more wattage. 4.7. Nah, still didn't even do that much. I forgot what test it was. Or do we even have it saved onto Hardware Bot? Should be. But, yeah, this is the best score I got on R23 with a 13900 KF on R23, like I said. 44,166. If I got another one, I could probably easily beat this score now. I just have a bit more knowledge about CPU overclocking than I did when I had this as well, and way more knowledge on RAM overclocking. Although, if anyone knows about SimBench, you can literally run JDEC speeds on the actual RAM and just worry about your overclocking on the CPU. SimBench doesn't care about RAM overclocking, it's only a CPU test. Yeah, only 5.6 on that one. Oops. What we got? Yeah, no wattage. So the best wattage I got is around 500 saved. 2.5? No, I don't have 2.5 saved. I've ran more tests, I just don't have them saved. Then, like I said, I broke it, so. X265 is actually a pretty strenuous test. But this doesn't even look right. How is this still up? I should message Legahoff, be like, why do you keep this score? Nothing's validated. Nothing's validated. Why is this score still up? This is, look, from October 17th, 2023. Why is this score still up? Oh, I hope you have a good night too. Thank you. I hope I figure out the RAM issue. I'll message you in the morning. Yeah. Okay, you are still here. Yeah. Only about close to 500 watts is the one I have saved, but I've gotten over 600 watts on this 13900 KF. So, and the voltage is not right. The voltage that you see on this one page, 1.67 volts, is not right. 1.464 is close to being right. It'll be more like 1.435 volts. That's all I really needed for the CPU to reach the 5.8 gigahertz and 4.6 on E-cores. Easily hitting that. I've gotten higher clock rates on it, but that's about it. How? I'm glad they kept this one. I don't get why they kept this one either. This just looks terrible. This is when I wasn't really, I was trying to pump out some scores, so I wasn't really worried about how things looked. Now I like to make things look very crisp and clean, but this just looks terrible. This shouldn't be over on that. 3D Mark should be put over more. Windows should be shortened a bit more. Just showing basically the score, CPU profile version 1.0. Make sure all these screens look good, but looks terrible in my opinion. You're back about 30 seconds. That's better than me, because I literally will be like, my phone, because I'm using the phone for the chat. And I gotta reset stuff up after the move there. So many things got reset on my PC that generally I will read the chat off my screen. No one else can see it but me. I can read the chat and have it up to date chat, like up to date chat. I'm using my phone now, and it will be back sometimes like an hour, and I'll be looking at it like, oh, I'm not even close to being up to where the chat is or where people are talking. And I'll go, okay, well, that's why. So I'm glad a lot of people stick around because that would be annoying to me. What's another test I've done with this 1080 Ti? Nope, 1080 Ti. And I have the 11 gigabyte version, not the 10. And yeah, you can get a 1080 Ti as the 10 gigabyte version. They're just rare. It's been a pretty good turnout this stream, to be honest, even though it did not look very good. In my opinion, that's my opinion though. It didn't look very good. I should move myself over there. There we go. So this is a 1080 Ti. I've gotten some okay scores. I need to technically get a water block for it. Or, like I said, I want to get into liquid nitrogen, so I gotta get like a liquid nitrogen block for it. So that way I can either run liquid nitrogen or dry ice. So eventually I will be. Eventually I will be. And I need to get more 1080 Ti's. Again, I would want more EVGA for the Win 3 models, so that way I can SLI them. Yeah, SC2 is yeah, what do they call the SC2s? It's like the the Superclock 2. Good card as well. I just like the For the Win 3 models as I I like to make sure I get some cards that are top of the line basically. Superclock 2 is not like a bad card. I'm not saying it's a bad card. The 4 Win 3s in my opinion are just a better build. It's like my 1070 For the Win. Just a better build, and then I also know more about the For the Win versions, as in the power mod, to make sure I have 0 power limits. I can then do a voltage mod on them and not have to worry about hitting the power limit. I do a power limit mod on them, like hardware mod, not software. I don't do software mods. I do hardware mods, like actually solder on new hardware components onto it, so that way it's hardware. I don't have to worry about any software. I regret that through the cooler way when I water cool it. Yeah, why would you do that? Why would you do that? But water cooling it would probably make it work really nice. I haven't tried put my 1080 on water yet, but I would like to either get a water block or try to design something like what I did with my 1070, which was use the water block that I have that's actually cooling the X5650 right now. I used that water block, but I drilled out some holes off the plastic, and then I was able to, they're, I don't know, perfectly aligned with the GTX 1070 holes, the through holes on it for the cooler, worked perfectly for the 1070. So I was able to actually water cool the 1070 uh, with chilled water, and I was very happy with the performance. And that's after lapping the die too. I lapped the my GTX 1070. I was actually able to get some fairly good scores with it. I got third place, fourth place, first place right here with my compute. First out of 11. And I'm against some pretty hefty guys like Falcon and Fast Track are some pretty hefty guys out there. So I was happy with my score, and I just beat True Monkey, which I was really happy with too. And see how they say No way, that wasn't on AIO, was it? Did I actually beat it on an AIO? I did. I beat it on my AIO? Okay. I didn't even remember that I beat it on my AIO. Okay, sweet. So when I go back to the 1070 and actually redo it, it'll be on water, my custom water loop instead of being on the AIO, and I probably will get a way better score. I should have some here that are. Nope, that's not it. Where are some tests that I did? There it is. No, it's still AIO. That's just with the different pump for. I don't know where. There it is. That's it right there. There it is. We found it. I was gonna say I've done a lot of tests with the water, but there it is. There's the actual water block that's actually cool in the X5650 right now with the same exact radiator and all that too. But I was able to make it work, and yeah, I was really happy with the performance. What 2.3 gigahertz? No, not in this one. No, not this test. 2.3. I do believe I was able to get about 2.3 gigahertz out of her. It's pretty good. I was very happy. But there you go. There's part of the pictures. Did the whole pictures, setting it up with pictures. Should be on Discord as well. No, we made a water cooler for that card, only the copper cooler from EGA. Oh, really? I didn't realize. So was that'd be the hydro copper water block then? That was a really nice water blocks. But yeah, you can see there that my water block that I used for it. It's just a CPU water block that I used for it. But due to the fact it's just GDDR5X memory, it doesn't get that hot. And at the time, I was putting my system up by the window and then putting the actual like the radiator outside the window, so that way, like I said, it here in Canada will go down to -40 for like a week or two. So I'll be doing tests at that, get the water temperature at least down to -20, and boom. And the card memory didn't go hot at all either. And I was able to get some really good scores doing with this water block. Yeah, I figured it would be the hydrocopper. I like the hydrocopper water blocks. They're way over engineered, to be honest. You can take apart the hydrocopper cooler to clean it. Yeah, I actually have a video. My 2080 Super. I have a 2080 Super hydrocopper I got for an insane deal, by the way. I mean, insane, like a third the price that they sell used for. I got it for a third the price. And I did a video about taking it apart. I didn't want to take it fully apart. I only want to take apart a certain portion of it. But apparently, if you take it apart, the screws and that, it all comes apart. So I have a video of me taking apart the 2080 Super. If you want to go see that, you can go see that. For anybody who wants to see that. Yeah, I took it all apart. I even said, I was like, okay, I did not want to do that, but apparently we're taking apart the whole card today. And yeah, the 2080 Super hydrocopper water block is absolutely insane. It is. It's insane. Maximum temperature, not even like super cool in it. I saw my GPU was 52 degrees Celsius or something like that, and that's like overclocking as high as I could. Like 52 or something like that. It's insane. Here, I'll show you some pictures of it. 2080 Super. And we got a bunch of some decent, like a lot of fourth place and third place with it, because the cooler is just absolutely insane. And literally, this is the setup that I had it in. Boom, right there. My Z690 horse master that you can see. There's EVGA 2080 Super. I got the 2080 Super. It's in storage right now. And then I use the Cryonaut Extreme box to actually use it as a stand instead of buying a stand. I'm cheap, so I literally use it as a stand because it's such a heavy card. I didn't want to risk breaking the actual PCIe slot. So yeah, there's the actual system that I used. And I think all of them should be that picture. Might be one that I did something different. Yeah, there it is. This is uh, when I had so the Z690 Oris Master and then the 2080 Super. I had them together with the one loop, and then I found the thermal take that I'm using now, the thermal take D5 pump reservoir combo. It's like a 400 some dollar D5 pump reservoir combo on Amazon. Generally, that's around that for Canadian dollars. I found it for 65, like $65 used, and I was like, man, I'm gonna take the chance. I'm gonna buy it. I bought it. Nothing wrong with it. There, it was like mint, not even a scratch on it. I had to buy it, so I made two different loops onto the system, and yeah, it was great. Yeah, definitely take a look at that. An aftermarket, like, is it a water block aftermarket or what kind of aftermarket is it? And just give me 1 second here. I'm just going to do that. And I'm here. I'm here. It's gonna say come back soon. I gotta make what I can do is I can make an like a picture or something, not have say come back soon. I am right here though. It's an air one. Nice, nice. Um, so I'm a bit of a smoker, but what I gotta try to do is not smoke on my streams because I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't like that. And I gotta go take a leak, so I'll be right back. But yeah, I'll definitely take a look at the air. What brand is it? Because there's multiple aftermarket brands that are for air coolers for GPUs. So let me know. Starts with R, has a J in the name, but I can't remember the name. Raj Tech. Raj Tech or something like that. I'm pretty sure it's called. If I have a pretty good memory, so that's probably what it's called. But I'll take a look at it and I'll probably refresh my memory on what it really is. So just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Something like that, Raj Tech or something. I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure. Is it in computer hardware? Yep. Yeah. That's a Raj Tech. Yep. They're like the oh cool aftermarket. Yeah, I know what you. I know. I do know. I think. Pretty sure that's what it's called though. Really, if I close that, it goes away. I don't get that. Look at that. There we go. I even got the chat back up. Yes, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a rock. My pronunciation might be wrong, but like I said, I've done a lot of research on computer components and stuff like that, so I'm pretty sure it's a like I'm pretty sure it's a Raj Tech or something. But yeah, okay, so if we click back on this, do we lose the chat or do we still got the chat? Nice. I think we still got the chat. Awesome. That's not the actual frequency we're hitting. Be a lot higher than that. Let me see what 3D Mark says for this one. What was the frequency? EVGA. Clock, almost 2.2 gigahertz on it. It's decent. It's decent. Oh, that's right. I got rid of that again. Why? Why does it do that to me? Oh, I exited out. I exited it out. Of course I did. Shoot. Robot. I gotta reset that up. Window capture. Did we get it back? Please tell me we got it back here. Nope. Of course. Why does it always do that? OBS needs to fix some issues. That's all I can say. Oh, not that one. That's all I can say. OBS needs to fix some issues. Oh, yeah. And give me a sec. I will be back on the little bobblehead there. I will be right there. That's the one I want. Now, is it going to give me the chat as well or no? There we go. Yeah, Ranjan Tech. That's it. See, my pronunciation's terrible. My memory was there, though. It's the Morpheus, too. Yeah, they're an older brand, aren't they? I thought they were an older brand. Just not really much heard of. But they did a lot of aftermarket cooling. A lot of aftermarket cooling. What other ones have I done? I don't have any tests for the RX 580 in this hardware bot. If I know if I go onto 3D Mark and start searching up stuff, I could definitely find some older stuff that I've done. Like some older stuff that I've done. Like the RX 580 that I, again, made a custom block for out of an old AIO and then used an aquarium pump with such a funny step. It's on Discord. I laugh at it every time I look at it. Go, I really did that. I really did that. Filled it up with, filled it up. I filled the so the yellow bucket's actually from one of my DeWalt systems with a little like tray for holding like parts and stuff. I filled it up with snow and water to run my tests. Oh god. It's just brutal. No antifreeze or anything on it. Just fill it up with a bunch of snow. I wasn't even like I didn't even put ice in, just snow. Alright, I'm back onto it. Alright, can we see myself? Am I back? Am I all back or am I hidden? I'm hidden. Hold on. We can't. Video capture. There we go. Oh shoot. Good times, I tell you. Good times. Did it disappear again? There we go. All right. Yeah, go with my hardware for a second. I have to get things set up for the competition though, so I know I gotta do that. That's why I did build this system. I have to make sure I get the OBS set up on this system. I do have OBS. I have all that stuff set up already on this system, but just to make sure the sound is pretty good. That's the hard part. Yeah, $15 mic. Like the mic and the stand, like the actual stand for it, it's literally cost me $15. It was great, great buy, but very, very finicky to play with to set it up. Um, Wait, I actually have my i5 8600K. No, no tests, but I have it on there. I didn't think I still had my i5 8600K on this. I only had the i5 8600K for a little while. Then I sold it. Then I got the i7 8700K. Then I did a lot of tests with it, and then I sold that. Sold that with the Z390 Phantom Gaming motherboard because I needed the money, so I sold it. But the person, he just wanted a cheap system, and I was like, you know what? I got this. He's like, would you take this for it? I'm like, it's yours, man. Take it. Take it. Do have a bunch of memory kits, but oops. That's right, because it's on the Viper now. This one. No, not that one. This one. What's going on? Is the server down? Is the server down? Nope. Not sure what's going on there. And then C690 Masters just has all the tests like in it. Mic sounds good because it took a long time to set it up. Like when I got it, it took me probably a good 2 weeks to figure out what I'm supposed to do with these kind of mics, these cheaper ones. It's not bad. It's a condenser mic, but like I said, it's a $15 mic with stand. It was on sale, then it had a coupon with it, so literally cost me $15. But you have to put on certain gains onto it. You have to put certain software suppressors onto it to make it actually sound good, or else it will pick up. It'll pick up literally the water pump. It'll start picking up the water pump and making everything sound terrible. But yeah, everyone says it looks good or sounds good. So that's all that matters to me. Is the Elgato Wave 3 any good? I heard some of the old or more expensive mics aren't so good either. They take a while to set up, but once you have them set up, they're really, really good. The next mic I want to try to get is what are they called? A shotgun mic. So it's like a really long mic, and it won't pick up anything besides what it's pointing at. Basically, that would be the next mic I get for these kind of tests, because then I can get the mic out of the way, like way out of the way, so it's not even in the picture like this. Yeah, as long as it works, right? That's the main thing. That's why I figured I'd try this $15 mic, because nearly $15 for that and the actual stand. And the stand's not half bad. It's a cheaper stand, but it's not half bad. As long as you can get them to work. As long as it's a mic. It's better than me. Before I was using my HyperX gaming headset with the mic, and I was literally holding it the whole time, like down below, so that way you can barely see the actual mic, or I have it wrapped around my head, and then once I moved and then pulled the cord out, then there's no sound, and then more things to worry about. So this was actually a really smart move on my part. I'm gonna check the competition again because sometimes they'll change some things and then be more thorough on certain things as well as we're 7 days, 7 hours and 29 minutes into the could be into the competition here. So, but it looks like everything's could be about the same as last time. Again, stable. Stable. It's just a stable test. So instead of Pi 1B, which is like a quicker test, 2.5 is just more of a stability test. And then you got longevity, stable, and Pi 5B. Yeah, this PY Prime 32B is gonna be a fun one to do CL28 and see how high I can get on the CL28. That'll be the next step. And then once I get, maybe I'll spend the money on the cheap uh, capture card just because it does make things a little bit nicer. Even though it's only gonna be 720p, maybe I will just get a cheap one. So that way I don't have to I can set the camera up on me and still have everything, so you can still see everything basically. We'll see. We'll see. Again, thanks for the donation. That really helps out for the thermal paste because I really, really do need the thermal paste for this competition. I do make my own thermal paste. I buy cheap thermal paste, and I usually buy 70,000 to 78 to 80,000 grit diamond dust, and then I'll add it to the cheap thermal paste to help out with thermal wicking, and it does help a lot. And it's very, very cheap. Like you can make it very cheap. You can buy 70,000 grit, 5 gram or 10 gram bags for like 10 to $20. And they could buy bulk thermal paste for like $5, $6, and then you just add to it, and it does help a lot. Yeah, I heard those Shure dynamic microphones are really good. Then I was thinking about those wireless ones too, but apparently the cheaper wireless ones are better than the more expensive ones. From like all the testing that I've seen and read up on, they say, yeah, these cheaper ones like they work. These more expensive ones, like you gotta be like directly at the whatever wherever the receiver is. It's gotta be directly at. You can't turn. You gotta be directly at it for it to be good. But they sound really good. But you can't turn. You can't be far away from it. You gotta be a certain distance, and so many things you gotta worry about again. But since I'm right here, boom. You can use it for whatever you want. No, I do. I need the thermal paste. I do have a little bit of the thermal paste I made, but I'm completely out of my thermal grizzly extreme cryonaut, and that literally costs like what are they, the 30 gram? I think they're the 30 gram bottles. Literally cost me 160 or so dollars for the bottle, and yeah, man, I don't have that kind of money right now to spend on thermal paste. So again, your donation's gonna help me get some good thermal paste, probably some MX4 from Arctic, so the Arctic brand. Apparently, it's pretty good for some low temperature as well. So I'll figure I give that a shot, see how good it is. For you, it's 100. For you, it's 100. For me, it's a lot more. Probably because there's not as many overclockers here that use that, and the shipping will add into the price for over here. But yeah, if I was, I don't know if it'll show here, but Amazon. Go to Amazon here, and I'll show thermal. And I'm not, yeah, it's Arctic MX6. I'll probably get the 8 gram, or if I can get it more. Yeah, yeah, here it is, 33.84 grams, and I've bought this before. Now it's $172. $172 now. Like the price just seems to keep going up because it's not enough people over where I live are buying it, so the shipping cost too much because it's literally coming from Germany. So it's $172 now, which is it's insane, man, insane. $172. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the MX6, I've read some reviews and people testing it. It's fairly good for low temperature. Or maybe the MX4. I just need to grab, I don't need a little bit of it. I need a lot because like so many CPUs to test, so many GPUs, and then after the testing, because it's such a low temperature, I gotta disassemble everything, and I'll like end the stream, literally start disassembling the whole system, like turning it right off, so that way no electricity is going through it. Disconnect all the power to it, disassemble everything that I can, all the way down to like the bare PCB. Completely clean them up, dry them out, then rethermal paste them all and then reassemble. It's the competition. Like I said, I'm real focused on the competition, make sure everything gets done right. So if I'm not gonna be talking like I am now, which really sucks. Yeah, 2 gram. How is yours $89? It's got to be because more people are buying it there. Because like I said, like last time I bought it was about in total it was $165 for the 33.84 gram bottle. It was 165. Now it's 172.99 or something like that. It's absolutely insane. How is yours 89? And even adding in the US versus Canadian there, right? Your US, I do believe, right? That would still only equal out to being like $115. It's 172. Actually, you can't even see my page, so I can't even. Oh yeah, yeah, you got it right there. I guess you can see it. All right, good. All right, there it is. Yeah, boom. $172 right there. So, and like I said, I've bought it before from Amazon. It was never that price, like that much more. I've tried this cheap thermal paste, this cheap HY510. It's not. I believe it's a 6 or 710 that I usually get, and then add the diamond grit into it, and it works pretty good. Kingpin, 1 gram. What if I try Kingpin here? Kingpin's trying to do a certain. That's right. I just watched a video about Kingpin with his that it should be a bit cheaper now. It does not look cheaper. Price does not look cheaper. I don't know if it's what's going on with the prices right now, but that's insane. I don't know. I don't have any notifications yet. One sec. Once there's a notification, I'll check out Discord. There it is, the HY700. It's not. It's yeah, 3.14 versus like the 14 uh, watt wicking, but adding in that diamond paste that I generally would get is better. But I won't have enough money. Wow, maybe well, I could spend the money too because your donation really does help a lot for that. So maybe I will. Maybe I'll get the cheaper stuff, and then on eBay, like I said, you can get diamond thermal paste very, very cheap. Oh, look, you can see in my cart the tarp I need to cover up my some of the stuff for storage. I need to get a tarp, and then my coffee. I gotta have my coffee. Or is Discord just not giving me a link, or what's up? Yeah, it's just not giving me a notification. Odd. Kingpin 3 gram. Wow, like your Kingpin 3 gram is so much cheaper too. 42. 42 versus your 18. How is that even possible? More buying choices for $29, but that's still $10 difference. And even if you add in the difference for Canadian dollar versus American dollar, that's still cheaper. You must be more people buying, way more people buying it. 10 gram for 46. I know Kingpin and Thermal Grizzly Extreme Cryonaut is about the same for it, right? I just gotta check the Thermal Wikinaut to see if it is about the same. It doesn't actually say. It doesn't actually say. And that's, I don't get why it's not loading anything up for me. What is the Thermal Grizzly price? Yeah, 89. That's insane. The price doesn't make sense, man. The price doesn't make sense. Especially from what I just saw from Kingpin's YouTube channel. He even said I'm making it so that way it's like a flat rate shipping for all of these countries. The only country that's not getting that kind of shipping right now is EU. I'm not in EU. I'm Canadian, so like it should be a lot cheaper. At least a lot cheaper than what it is. It's insane, man. That's insane. The prices just keep going up. Ah, really is. But looks like this 10 gram might be a good bet, but what is it? The Arctic what? Arctic Sub-Zero, I think it's called. Sub-Zero. Um oh, it's no, it's not the brand. There's an actual. Is it MX? It's not the MX6. I thought there was a brand that does another Sub-Zero and it's a lot cheaper. I just can't find it now for some reason. I would say the 1 gram is a good price, but it's not. It'll do 3 tests maybe for me. Maybe 4. Maybe 4 tests. Like if I could paste it onto the CPU and that, take it off, clean off the actual thermal paste, and then set it off for drying. Like set it off for drying, and then so that way all the moisture goes off, because there's moisture in it. And I do my test again on like a CPU, and there's an actual like a water moisture pocket, and that moisture pocket then evaporates and leaves an air gap. It could cause one of the cores to actually like burn out on me. So that's why it's when you're doing these extreme OCs, especially like I said, like it's literally gonna be, I have to re-thermal paste, clean it up. This is 20 grams for $20. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm not sure why Discord's not giving me any like notifications right now. Like your pictures aren't even fully loaded for me. The new ones, I mean. They're not loading. I have internet, everything's working, I think. Everything seems to be working, so I don't know. Yeah, non-conductive, non-capacitive. I don't know. There's a bunch of choices, but maybe the MX4 What is the wicking though? What is the actual watt wicking there? It's hard to see. I don't care about how many years you've been doing it. 20 grams though for 20 bucks. About $20 after taxes and that. Yep, minus 50. Okay. That actually might be a choice then. I know I'll be getting pretty close to the negative 50, but that'll be water temperature, not the actual in between the CPU and the actual blocks or even the GPUs. So that's that's a contender. I have to buy it here soon too. 7 days. I got 7 days to get everything all set up. 20 grams. I mean, that's for 20 bucks. I can even get 40 grams just because of you, man. Seriously. And then I can I might be seeing someone tomorrow about a GTX 770 for very cheap, so hopefully we can make it work because I'm gonna be downtown due to some things. So I'm hoping I can meet up with the person and get the GPU because it's very cheap. It's an EVGA GTX 770. So I've never owned one, and the price right now, I mean, even on eBay, we're talking like $150 here in Canada or more, plus shipping. So that's a contender. That is a contender there. That right there, the MX4 is a contender. I actually thought there was a brand, not a brand that's Sub-Zero, but I mean another brand besides KPX and Thermal Grizzly that does Sub-Zero. Not the Sub-Zero, but the yeah, see, 2 grams is $10. Too much. No, that's not what I wanted. 2 gram, 4 gram. Yeah, see, even these are not. That's liquid metal, wouldn't it be? Yeah, liquid metal. Let's say 79 MK there would be liquid metal. And liquid metal is a no-go for when you're going below 10 degrees Celsius or whatever that is in Fahrenheit. If you go below 10 degrees Celsius, liquid metal is no good. 45 for 24? I have to go heavy too with the thermal paste, especially when you're going with these temperatures. Uh, it does seem like it's a bit of a waste, but being overly cautious about just in case extra moisture or let's say some component actually freezes close to the CPU socket there, having that extra thermal paste to make sure extra water doesn't get anywhere is a must basically. And I will be showing how I do my setups and stuff like that. Like it takes a long time. And I'll check out the Discord here. Yeah, I mean, when I say it takes a long time, man, I mean, I love doing this stuff, but I generally don't. So, like back when I was doing the streaming about the Team Cup 2024, the temperatures were a lot higher, and I don't have to worry about these kind of things. I like the Country Cup because of the time of year in Canada it is, and I don't have to spend the kind of money that some people like in Australia or somewhere else, the temperatures don't go very cold. I don't have to spend that kind of money for like dry ice or something like that to get the scores that I have, and I don't have to go into the next level of because there's like novice, a beginner, novice, apprentice, another stage for it, and then extreme. I'm an apprentice because I haven't actually touched exotic cooling. I've done chilled water, and I'm cool with doing chilled water because I can go down to literally -20, maybe close to -30 water temperature with my setups because I use the like I said, the antifreeze and all that, so I can actually go extremely cold, whereas other parts of the country can't, and they have to spend the kind of money that I would like to spend, but I don't have. So I'm cheap, and well, not really just cheap, just can't really afford it too. But being cheap too actually helps because then I can buy more hardware. I can literally just freeze up my antifreezed water there. I could just get that real cold and get some really good scores. So it's awesome. But yeah, during the Team Cup, it's a lot warmer. But the Country Cup is from November 1st to December 20th. Right around December 1st to around December 20th, it gets very, very cold. I mean, very, very cold here in Canada. It's awesome. $24. $24. Arctic. That's the MX4. 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 45 gram. 20 gram. I mean, $34.99 here. $34.99. Thank you for showing me that because it gets delivered. That's okay. That's okay. The November 2nd to the 4th. That's okay too. Because 45 grams will last me past the competition, to be honest. 45 grams should be past the competition for me. Thank you for showing me that. React. I'm gonna react. How do you react? React. What do I want to react with? Unlimited super. Yep, I know. I get it. I'm definitely reacting to that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, man. That's awesome. That's very helpful. Very helpful. Very, very, very helpful. Strikeheart, welcome back there. Uh, my experience and practice have always gone heavy and spread a layer across the entire chest and whatever it says, pushed out the sides. Yeah, yeah. I have to do that with the extreme cooling. There's no if, ands, or buts. Like I said, I lap mine. So your 14900K that you have and whatever cooler you have, they're concaved, not convex, but concaved. So they're concave. They got like a really small curvature to them, like the actual IHS on the 14900K, and then the actual um, cooler are basically like right in the center of the die. Me, with the extreme cooling, the low cooling, you want to have perfectly flat the full IHS. You want the whole copper basically to be perfect flat on the CPU and the cooler itself, so that way everything gets really cold, like really cold, and it's very helpful for uh, the instant loads basically. That's what the lapping does. Is it helps with the instant loads, so that way when the instant load happens, there's less instability. As in the temperature's just not gonna go boom right out skyrocket. It's gonna be like, oh okay, there's a load, and then that's how the you get more stability basically. I don't know the thermal bear I got. I don't remember what thermal bear I got. That's just funny to read. I don't remember what thermal bear I got. You use it sparingly, but you gonna sell your own thermal? I would like to, man, but shipping's hard to do and make things not expensive. And I would have to buy thousands of grams of thermal paste. I would have to buy probably a couple 100 grams of diamond paste, and I would want to make sure that everyone got basically the same, so I'd have to do it a certain like chemistry, and then I'd have to buy because I just hand mix it very very well. Generally, I hand mix it, and then every time I get it, I hand mix it. Every time I use it, hand mix it to keep the separation and keep the oils because there's like oils in it as well. Thermal paste has oils, but the way thermal pastes get made, they get into a we won't call them the chambers that take away all the air and basically what are they called? Oh my god, I'm not even thinking because now I'm really thinking about this thermal paste that I need. Uh, and that's a really good price, so I'll probably get that. And again, thank you, Professor. Again, thank you. Uh, it is a pain. I would like to. I'm using Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 with a contact frame and sand it down the top of that. Just bleed down the top. Okay, yeah. Then you'll have really, really good. Like even if you do like colder temperatures too, it's just better. Even if you use like an air cooler, make it sure it's fully lapped too. It's better, in my opinion. Plus, when you lap the IHS and the cooler, it's closer contact to the actual either the water or if you're doing air, it's actually closer to the actual heat pipes, which will make the metal in the heat pipes move faster away from the like wick away the heat faster too. Water, like I said, it's closer to the fins, closer to the water. The IHS, as soon as you lap that, you're actually closer to the die as well. That's why with my like my older CPUs, I'll delid them. I'll lap the CPU. I'll lap the back side of the IHS and the front side to make it so everything's even closer to the actual CPU die itself. I would like to be able to sell something eventually, right? Like, but like I said, you'd have to buy thousands of grams of thermal paste, thousands of grams, and then buy a certain way to actually make it so that way things don't separate. I do it so that way, like I said, I continuously mix it up, and then make sure nothing separates. And there's a way to make it so things don't separate, and that costs a lot of money. I've seen some of the newer heat pipe examples. Holy smokes, yeah, they're like the vapor chamber style heat pipes, which are very, 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 very efficient. Very efficient. I keep up to date on basically everything for computer hardwares and that. So I try to I try to at least. It's not easy, of course, but I try to like for every brands, every CPUs, everything. Even if I don't own it or ever will own it, I will update myself on it so that way I can talk to my viewers about it. Just like that Rajan Tech, the Raj Tech that I called it, the Raj Tech, the Rajan Tech Morpheus 2 that he was talking about. He said it started with an R and ended with a K. Well, that's the only brand I could think of. So that was started with R and ended with a K. I just didn't know if it was the Morpheus 2 or Morpheus, whatever one that actually fits that. And it's not really a brand most people have heard of too. But yeah, no, boom. No thanks. And what I'm gonna do, yeah, you guys get to look into my buying. I'm gonna get rid of that because I don't need that right away, and I don't need that right away. There we go. I'll probably buy that tomorrow or today, I guess now. It's 1 a.m. So again, thank you for that. Thank you very much for helping out the channel there, Professor, and helping me out with my competition because that's gonna help out a lot. Strike hard, but I use sparingly in my experience a thinner amount of paste to use quicker and dries out. Yeah, yeah, quicker it dries out, especially if you're not actually lapping your dyes, because lapping your dyes will make things like I will like lap them to like you take a razor blade and you can't see the other side of the razor blade, everything's perfectly flat. So that way when the thermal paste and that goes in, I'll be showing this during probably after the tests I do. I'll take apart the cooler off the CPU. And I'll show you that there's like basically no thermal paste that's actually in between the actual CPU and the cooler. There will be because there's like microscopic and it actually fills those microscopic little holes up, but it'll be like nothing. Everything will be spread out around the edges, and that's because yeah, lapping it really well is my opinion, the best way to go when you're doing extreme cooling and extreme overclocking. I used to watch the forums all the time, but I started to get mad at some of the vendors. Yeah, man, it's you gotta make sure. Well, what happened to my camera? Or I moved, I guess. You just gotta stop putting that in your head that it's the vendors and stuff like that, and be like, I gotta learn this because someone might like it. That's what I did with my YouTube channel at the beginning too. I was like, oh, nah, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. But as I started doing my YouTube channel more, it's more like, well, I gotta learn this because this person might like it, and I could get more views and that, and maybe more subscribers, and it's good to do. It's really, and just like I said, I like to have more and more knowledge about stuff. So the more I can read up on, more, like I said, I read up on a lot of stuff. I don't really watch a whole lot, so I read up on a lot of things. Yeah. See, that's good. That's good. Yeah. See, I'll be going through it needlessly. Like I'll be going through that thermal grizzly cryonaut actually lasted me a year, like a full year, like a lot of tests, so it was good, and then a lot of GPUs, so a lot of GPUs. It's been in a lot of GPUs, so it's not just CPUs, but also my GPUs. Yeah, the extreme overclocking with the extreme cooling, I have no choice but to use is not sparingly. I'll be using a nice paste over top of every CPU. The GPUs, a lot of people are like, you're using too much, and I'll be going, I'm not using enough. Because when you're overclocking the GPUs the way I am with zero power limit, remember, zero power limit, then like let's say there is a spot that's not sparing, like you didn't you went sparingly on, and the edge of that CPU is not getting covered by any thermal paste, you can blow up the CPU core just because the edge of that silicon, not even the die, the silicon wasn't covered. So I'll make sure I use a lot of thermal paste on my GPUs. It's just, you gotta take precaution, like a lot of precaution, especially when I'm lapping my dies. I lap my CPU dies, well, some CPU dies, but I also lap my GPU dies as well. And if you lap them, you're like so close to the actual CPU or GPU like die itself, the like not just the silicon layer on top of it all, but the actual substrate, then like you're really chancing it. If there's any kind of bare spots, you're chancing it that you'll blow up the whole CPU core, and that's no good. If you noticed in the pictures I sent on Discord, it says I purchased all those thermal paste that I sent you pictures of because I changed paste and completely clean my. Yeah, it's good to do. Yeah, if you're spending this, especially you, man, if you spent that kind of money on your systems, you would want to spend the money on the cooling. You spent the money on the cooling, but you gotta remember, you gotta have that thermal paste, or some people like the liquid metal. I don't want to chance that. Liquid metal is such a finicky thing to use. I've used it. It's just so finicky. You gotta have a perfect layer. You gotta watch the temperatures that you go to. Like I said, 10 degrees Celsius, that liquid metal will harden up on your GPU or CPU, will actually harden up and then make a gap, and you could blow up either a CPU core, the whole CPU, or you could blow up the whole GPU, because the GPU will is not as tolerant as a CPU, because CPUs, you can like kind of mess up a core, mess it up, or blow up a core, and it'll still work. Or GPU, you mess up a bit and it's done. It's done. It is. It's fighting words. Yeah, no liquid metal. Good, good. I've used it. I've had no issues using it because I was using it summertime in Canada, and I wanted to see how good it was. And yeah, it's good, but it took me 3 tries to do my 12900K to make sure that everything was good and it was actually beating actual thermal paste, like 3 tries. So put it on, no load onto it, checking the temperatures. Okay, take it apart, check everything over. Okay, well, maybe a little bit more. Oh, that was too much. It could run. So it's like, oh, I gotta take some off. It's like, thermal paste. Okay, let's go. That's why I like thermal paste, especially good stuff like thermal grizzly extreme cryonaut is one of the best I've used. But as you saw, for the price for me, Canada, just absolutely insane. Too much. It's just too much. And I like my hardware, so I'm trying not to destroy it. Like I said, I've destroyed my 12900K with a direct die, and I've destroyed my 13900KF with a direct die. And I'm never gonna use a direct die again because I'm not chancing that ever again. Like never chancing that again. I'll lap my CPU dies, I'll lap my GPU dies because I'm very careful that way. But with direct dies, it's like okay. And even if you get, like I said, a proper one, it's like, is it that tight enough? Oh, it's not tight enough. Okay, well, that means it's gonna overheat the CPU because it's not tight enough. Oh, and then later on finding out, yeah, it's because I over tightened it and cracked the die. Because these dies are so thin, and then they're actually like a lot thinner. They're not as wide either. They're not the the actual silicon's thinner, and then not as wide. They're longer, which make it so that if something's off just that little bit, done. It's done. And yeah, I broken about $2,000 on two CPUs. I'm never gonna do that again. No chance in it. So I'll lap everything I can, use the actual IHS, and go from there. Plus, when I do my liquid nitrogen dry ice, you don't want a direct die or anything like that. So you want to actually have an IHS. And if anyone doesn't know what an IHS is, it's the integrated heat spreader. It's the actual copper, or what you'll see on the CPU is it's silver. That's a nickel plating on top of the copper. Uh, Lapping it will take away, either if it's a really good uh, piece, basically, you don't have to lap it as much and you'll have some of the nickel plating left. But most of the times you have to take away all the nickel plating to make it perfectly flat. Yeah, yeah, it's very, very brittle. It's basically glass. It's sand that it's quartz. It's pure sand, so it's a very pure sand. So you can call it like VMA, variable mineral aggregate, and that yeah, my buddy does transporting actually, like stones and sands and stuff. And I'd never heard about VMA before, so I searched it up in that, and guess what? VMA is a variable mineral aggregate, is actually part of like CPUs and GPUs and stuff like that. As in, it's a very pure sand. So there's very pure sand, and they also use quartz, very pure. Like we're talking like 9.999% pure quartz, 9.99% pure of a certain sand, silicon sand. Yeah, ceramic. So like how things used to be way back in the day, it used to actually be ceramic. You can search it up too. Things used to be ceramic. Ceramic had a hard limit. Then we switched over to silicon, and then like lithography was also part of ceramics. But then silicon lithography, they found out was better, and you can get more frequencies out of it and all that. It was a lot of process for these like manufacturers and that, right? It's a big process. But now we're getting close to a hard limit on our silicon dies. So like we have to pump more and more power into a CPU or GPU to get more performance. That's kind of like how ceramics were. Like I would like to get more into like the really old hardware as well, but getting the really old hardware and then making sure that really old hardware actually works costs a lot of money. A lot of money. Yeah, we have a lot of quantum stuff around. Quantum computers and stuff like that. Quantum, though, you need liquid nitrogen, you need or liquid helium is what they really use because its processing speed and all that is so fast. Like it's literally almost instant, and it's not technically like the ones and zeros. It's a completely different process of computing, basically. Like pocket size. Imagine that a quantum computer in your hand. Yeah, quantum. I've done a lot of research on quantum as well and all that quantum physics. I like math and physics and stuff like that. Theoretical physics as well. Maths, as in maths, all maths, not just one math. I like maths itself, as in uh, um, everything basically. It doesn't really matter. And theoretical physics is a very, very loose topic, but also very specific, and you need to know a lot about different kind of maths to make sense of some things, and to implement different kind of maths into one equation to come out with something that could be a possibility is actually fun to me. I've been out here so long streaming, my coffee's cold. I knew I was gonna have a long stream. That's actually why I made a coffee. I don't have to be up until a bit later because I don't have to do what I want to do till later. Because I forgot my coat in a truck that's no longer here that somebody else is using. It's my buddy's buddy that's took the truck, and I was supposed to grab my heated coat out of it because it's supposed to get cold tonight. And so I'm not gonna get up till later, and I'm not gonna leave and do what I gotta do till later because it's cold. It's real cold. Next will be gravity computing, black hole CPU. Yeah. Yeah, they still don't know what will happen with a black hole. Well, I mean, ever heard about like the Einstein and him talking about the atomic bomb and what could actually happen? And another physicist as well came up with something that, and a huge math equation that went into it about the atomic bombs. Like, uh, they didn't want to make the atomic bomb due to the fact, let's say they tested it and the atomic bomb did what one of the math equations said it could do to the atmosphere, is literally ignite the entire Earth's atmosphere, one atomic bomb, and that's what the math made sense to multiple physicists, which is kind of scary. And they still developed it, they still tested it, and they're hoping that it didn't actually ignite the actual atmosphere. Like, like, we're telling the government this could be a real big possibility. Build it anyways. Okay. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Oxygen burn. Yeah. Oxygen burn. Yeah. Neil Tyson DeGrasse is pretty good. Um. In my opinion, he's halfway a nutcase due to the fact other people say he is, but he is smart. He's so smart. He really is so smart. But he explains things like a damn toddler because he thinks everyone is a goddamn rubberhead, basically. Like, he doesn't need to explain things to people the way he does. He needs to be more thorough on talking out more to people. He is. He really is a playboy of astrophysics. Yeah, he is. And he's not even just an astrophysicist. He's got more degrees than a lot of people. Just like Bill Nye the Science Guy. A lot of people just think he's some kids channel like person. He's actually like he's got degrees in so many things. He's actually got way more knowledge than what he used to like be portrayed as. It's awesome. It's awesome. That's what the PBS YouTube channel is for. So true, man. So true. That's what I should do though is I don't know, not should. I gotta focus on my competition, and I gotta really, really focus on my competition because I gotta get Canada some points here. But yeah, I should start getting back into learning about some of the new type of theoretical physics out there and different things about other things like the string theory. See if there's anything different about the string theory, if it's still about the same as it was about 7 years ago. When was the last time I was looking into it? It was about 7 years ago. String theory is actually a really fun one to look into. It ties into how like the whole universe is made, and how things from over there could be over there interlinked basically. It's really good. String cheese theory. Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like that. or how the bubble, the universe is the bubble, some bubble theory as well for the universe and that, and it kind of makes sense too because they as they've mapped out with like these crazy telescopes about the sky and all that, like there's actual like bubbles of blanks, and they're not black holes, they're just like bubbles. So they're like, oh, okay, well, this can tie into this can tie into that, and they used a bunch of math. And it's like, well, if all this was crushed down into one spot, that would technically be like a one solid object. And let's say the Big Bang happened, that would happen. But then the earth is always expanding, so these bubbles are technically supposed to be getting bigger, but how fast at a rate they don't know, and stuff like that. So I'm not sure if things have like progressed on that. There's a lot that goes into that though as well. String stream theory, yeah, the string theory has not changed. It really is okay. Like I said, last time I was looking into like really looking into it was about 7 years ago. So, and it's good to technically update your knowledge on whatever it is that you're doing every 3 years, because there's always advancements on everything, especially technology now. You should be advancing yourself every like 6 months because of how crazy it is. Yeah. I'm I'm not even Asian. I actually like him. He's good. He's really good at explaining stuff. Like he's not like Neil deGrasse Tyson there. He's really good at explaining stuff, like really good. That's why I like Pikachu. He's so good. Looking at the continuous Big Bang and cycles with time and space pre-existing. See, I would like to think. Have you ever heard of Tin from EVGA, the one that got let go, that was developing the GPUs with Kingpin there? I like to want to think myself like Tin. I'm not probably as close to being as smart as him, but I would like to think of myself as him. Someone that likes to mess around with something, see if, like, I don't care if, like, what it is on it. I'm gonna try to increase the performance of it. Doesn't matter if I have to use all this other stuff to do it. That's what I like. Looking at the continuous Big Bang and cycles of time and space pre-existing. Yeah, that's kind of like the bubble theory that they had. Like that really is like bubble theory. Well, bubble theory ties into like that. I'm probably boring some people here, to be honest. Probably, I really am probably boring some people here. I apologize. It's I don't normally talk about this. I'm normally trying to do something on my streams, but kind of having fun lately on these couple last streams. It's kind of nice. Tragic. So anyway, yeah. So anyway, next. What do you want to talk about now? You want to talk about the the cats in the box? The one cat's in this box. Wait. If the cat in the box, I mean, sorry, not the cat in this box. In this box, if the cat, well, actually, there is another one about the cat in the box here and the cat box there, with the string theory of that they're interlinked. But if they're interlinked, and let's say you put the cat in the box, is the cat dead or alive? If the cat in the box on this side is dead or alive, does that mean this cat is dead or alive, or is this cat dead or alive? Like it's the CPU in the box. Does it? Does it still post? If I put this much voltage in this CPU in this box, is it dead or alive? If I put a CPU in this box and put this much voltage in it, is it dead or alive? If with string theory, are they both alive or are they both dead? Schrodinger's theory, yeah. Yeah. Schrodinger's theory. Oh man, it's great. It's great having people that actually know a thing or two about a thing or two. You know what I'm saying? Generally, my streams aren't like this. I'm so talking about so much stuff that because I've done the research on it and I just keep talking about it, that I don't really get people that know a lot. It's kind of nice, and then try to make jokes out of it. And I try to make jokes out of it, but I'm so serious all the time that it doesn't seem like a joke. So some people go, "Whoa, what's wrong with this guy?" Yeah, Schroeder's, yeah, cat in the box. What's some other good ones there? All right, hurry up and make my mind start thinking some more. I gotta get my mind going again on some of this stuff too. Get my mind off other things that are happening in life as well. Show was Sheldon. My favorite show was Sheldon. Was that you talk about not Big Bang, but the Young Sheldon, right? Resonance, I would think dual CPUs would match at idle. Dude, I didn't think of that too. You would think that dual CPUs would match at idle. I could test this theory with my dual CPU server. The Big Bang, yeah, it would be the Big Bang. Yeah, your favorite character was Sheldon? Yeah, same. Well, oh, Raj was pretty good too. It's just only when he wasn't, they try to portray him as, oh, scared of girls, or I've so shy, and I got a drink or something to talk to women, right? But I like Sheldon because, like, yeah, it's so serious. It's so serious, and that's generally me, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I'm generally so serious. Even it's like the last night's stream, this guy was saying about the Ryzen 4070, and as soon as I saw that, or the Ryzen 4070 is better, blah blah blah. All I saw was Ryzen better. It was like, no, AMD sucks and stuff like that. And then Frosty was like, it's an ongoing joke. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. And the guy withdrew the message. I'm like, nah, you don't have to do that. I didn't realize. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I would think dual CPUs would match it. Yeah, it does make sense. Friends used to watch that show. I remember there was a laptop episode. Bazinga! Bazinga! All I think is Bazinga, gotcha! Just basically, I'm so funny. I'm so funny, but you don't know what I'm talking about. To anyone's just joining the stream, welcome to the stream. We're just having some fun right now. Anybody want to talk about the particle accelerator? I know a lot about the particle accelerator. Yeah, and I told you I know a thing or two about a thing or two. So, laptop episode where they had the cryptocurrency end up on the flash drive, and the guy from the comic book store formats it. Oh no! To be honest, I have some cryptocurrency from way back. I just got to figure out the bank information that I had at the time because I have to get back because it's like they went through some stuff and they made it so that way you had to like if you didn't use it for so long, blah blah blah, they like got rid of it, but you can get it back if you have certain information. I just need to find my bank information. I can probably figure out how much I made way back from it. Wouldn't be much, but because I did do a little bit of it way back. I just gotta figure out what bank information and what bank I was using at the time. Again, there's me being serious. We're just talking about a show. Because I tried it years ago to figure out what was like what my account was and all that, and going through all that stuff. It's like, you need this and that. I'm like, well, I don't have that anymore. And it's like, how am I supposed to get? And they turn. You mean you turned it down? You should have kept that. You would have had a lot of money now. About 50,000 times 50. Yeah, it's all good. I know what you meant. Like I said, I made money off of buying 3070 Ti's, especially the Zotac amp hollows. I bought 3070 Ti's and I took them apart and copper modded, like copper shim modded the actual RAMs and then sold them for profit to actual miners because there's a bunch of miners around my area that wanted these cards, but they also wanted them with the copper shim, but they were technically too scared or not very tech savvy. So I made money off doing that. And I'm gonna do one of these things for a second, and I'm here. I'm here. I just like I said, I gotta not be doing certain things on the stream. So, and I need one. I am here. I'll be. It says back Sue, but I'm here. Welcome to the stream. If you're just joining the stream, by the way. If anybody wants to talk about any kind of like math, physics right now too, some TV shows, cryptocurrency, like anything. Like I said, everybody know anything about the particle accelerator? That way I can talk to you about the particle accelerator, see what you know versus what I know, kind of thing. I also know a thing or two about that. This is generally about PCs and computer hardware, mostly overclocking, like RAM, CPU, GPU, motherboard. But this is like the end of the stream, maybe the end of the stream, so kind of just having some fun right now. You can thank Professor and Hart there for that. Yeah, particle deaccelerator. No, a particle accelerator is actually pretty cool to be into. I mean, it costs billions of dollars. It literally goes around in a huge circle underneath a whole city. All right, man. You have yourself a good night. Thank you for joining the stream again. Thank you for the donation. The Boondock Saints. All right, talk to you tomorrow, man. Peace. Can't believe I have this many people on still. Who all is in the who is all watching right now besides Hart? I know there's just a few people watching right now. No one's saying anything. If you're just listening to us blab about random stuff, then that's awesome. It's generally not like this. Generally, I'm, like I said, overclocking or we're generally doing something on the stream, and then you normally would be seeing me or something, but I'm trying not to be smoking on the streams. I should be going to bed soon, but I'm not really that tired right now, to be honest. If anybody has any PC questions, let me know. I do know a thing or two about a thing or two there. It's like the longest stream I've had in a long time, too, by the way. Definitely one of the longest streams I've had in a while. And I am here, by the way. If anyone is just joining, I am here. I'll be turning the camera back on here in a second. There we go. We are back. We are back at it. Alrighty. What's Legahoff doing? FX 6300s. Holy 6.6 gigs? On 6300? That's pretty insane, to be honest. He's liquid nitrogen right now, isn't he? Link, let's check him out. Liquid nitrogen, right? Yeah. He's doing some liquid nitrogen runs. Say there's no way he's doing it on anything else but liquid nitrogen. The FX series are just absolutely insane. The Bulldozer series in general are insane. Hey, I have that fan. Where did I put it? There it is. It's the Course. And there's the fan right there. It's the Corsair magnetic levitating fan. That's the one he's using right there. Nah, they're not cheap fans. They'll last forever as long as you don't destroy them. They will literally last forever. Magnetic levitating. Anybody know anything about superconductors? I know a bit about superconductors as well. I actually met a woman that was part of designing some superconductors. Did some work for her and her husband, actually. Here's my best. 8160. It's alright. You definitely beat that now, I think, though. Yeah, it's only with a 12600K, I can definitely beat that. Yeah, I love that stuff. Oh, that's right. You can't do that with this for some reason. It's multiple different ways to do superconductors, right? And superconductors are also part of like um, many things. It's quantum levitation, right? It doesn't seem right. 4.8 on P and 2.5 on E. That's wrong. That's definitely wrong. What am I at? 5 gigahertz, which still doesn't seem right for that score. Should just oh, it was 6 performance. Wow, I can easily beat this score. I could probably beat this score right now. 2.5 on E. I get lower in the E cores, but performance cores I can easily hit 5.5 gigahertz on a 12600 on my 12600K. I can easily hit 5.5 gigahertz. Odd. It really is. It's and someone on YouTube just designed a cube, so a copper cube, and got a round neodymium magnet, and he made a copper cube so that way he put the neodymium magnet inside and spun it. It took him a long time. Like it's awesome. Like he literally made it from scratch, even the cube, like melted, like smelted the actual copper, poured it into a mold that he made, and then like finished it up basically to make it look good and make sure it was kind of very even because it would have to be very even. Then like if you spin it at he spun it at a certain speed, it had to be at like a really certain speed. He was actually able to get the actual magnet to levitate without actual like cooling. Like I thought that was really cool because like if you take like a magnet and put it down through like a copper tube or even an aluminum tube, it's not as extreme as the copper tube, of course, but with the magnet through a copper tube, it's really slow. So he figured, why not try to put it into like a cylinder? And he did, and it actually levitated. And that's no cooling even needed. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, but superconductors, yeah. And it's like a quantum levitation type thing because it's like taking so many different kinds of well, not so many different kinds. Yeah, I get a few different kind of physics to make it seem more reasonable to us. But literally, like you're cooling an object to such a cold temperature to bind everything as tight as possible, right? So like as you heat stuff up, it will spread it apart. The cooler you get it, the tighter you can get it to go. Metals basically, right? And other objects. So the cooler you can get it, the tighter the bonds basically will be. The atoms will actually bond together more tightly, and that's part of the quantum levitation in superconductors. There's a lot of things around the world, like a lot of physics to some people would be like magic, right? Like it really is. I just don't get this score. Why even put it up? Because this is easily beatable for me. Like easily beatable for me. Memory is actually a pretty good score. Like I said in other streams and videos with Geekbench 3, it's really good testing for your CPU and figuring out how well your RAM overclocking is because it'll actually give you memory performance as well. And anywhere around 13,000 to 15,000 on multi-core for your RAM for DDR5 is a really good score. So, and this is an old test I believe I did. I believe. No, I guess not. September 9th, 2024. Guess it's not an old test. But I don't get how 4.8 gigahertz on my P cores. Saying 5 gigahertz, but like I said, I can easily hit 5.5 gigahertz on P cores. And that's since this is a single core, I could literally put no. I did have to do E cores as well because it's for 10 core CPU. Yeah, this is for 10 core CPU. But I don't get why it's saying 4.8 gigahertz there though. Yeah, this is in September. September 9th. That's cool. Alright, well, I know I can easily beat that though. Just put the E cores as low as I can go so that way they don't draw or put too much heat into the rest of the P cores. So that way stability is really good. I don't have to worry about the RAM at all. I just have to worry about single core, so I can easily do that. But what do I have to beat? Oh, I should go back to that one though. There it is. I have to beat. I want to be at least top 20. Top 20 is like basically where I always want to be. 8,500 points I have to beat. That should be easily done. 5.287. I'll do this probably after some of the competition I do. Sweet. Good. If anyone's... I can't believe how many people are still here. Yeah, the competition here is going to be starting in 7 days. So 7 days, 6 hours, and 17 minutes now. This competition for Country Cup, hardwarebot.org, Country Cup 2024. It's my favorite competition to do at the end of the year, before the end of the year. And I'll be participating for Canada. Right now, I am 5th place in Canada for overclockers in all divisions. And in my division, I am Apprentice League, and I am 1st place. Does that mean much to the rest of the world, like the US and Australians? Not really. They are absolutely insane out there. A couple teams and about 20 people really are absolutely insane, but I am hoping to be up around them here in the near future. So, but for Canada, I think I'm doing pretty good. 5th place overall. We got six records, 8 silvers, 14 bronze, so 3rd place, and 24 4th and 5th place. So 24 top 5. I don't know. Maybe I'll be calling it a stream here soon there, Hart. It is getting pretty late dash early in the morning now. It's almost 2 a.m. for me. What's the temperature like here now? And we dropped down to 7 degrees in here. And like I said, my coat, my actual coat that I use, it's a heated coat too. I don't have right now. I can't even use my coffee to warm me up because it's actually cold now. It's the longest stream I've had in a while. If you're new to the stream, by the way, welcome. I do have a Discord channel if you would like to go to it. Just go to read the rules, and they're pretty simple rules, and just have a good time basically. If you need any help, let me know. If you ping Frosty, he's the moderator. He can notify me quick, and I can help you out as fast as I can. I'm just not always on the Discord. I'm gonna be more focused on this competition that's coming up. So like really focusing on. I'm not gonna be focusing too much on the chat either when I'm streaming too. I'm gonna be really focusing on the competition. So I'll try to do my best with the chat, but I'll be focusing pretty hard on the competition, and just hopefully everyone likes what content I bring out during the competition, because that's what it'll be like basically from day one to when I'm done the competition. Oh, some more. We got some more stuff in the Discord. What's going on? Now what's he got? Yeah, $24.99 for that, and here it's like literally $39.99. Crazy, man, crazy. Actually, yeah, Frosty, I was thinking about that too for the Discord channel. See, that's why he's the moderator. He comes up with stuff that would technically help out the channel too, the actual Discord channel. Like maybe put in like a gaming section just for people that like PC stuff, but also like gaming. Because like I said, I'll help out if anyone needs like tuning done for gamers. I'll help people tune their stuff for like editing or efficiency, stuff like that too. I will do that as well. It's not always about me overclocking to the extreme and trying to get the best scores and stuff like that. It's always whatever computer hardware and whatever someone else is doing, I would like to help them out too if I can. If at least if I can, right? But I think I might be calling it a stream here. Maybe I'll stream for another 13 minutes, make it 2 a.m. and call it a stream. But if anyone has any questions, please let me know now so I can answer them. And maybe what I'll do here is change. Oh, change bobblehead me out. No more bobblehead me. We'll do full screen size me. Boom. All right. That way we're good to go for the end of the stream here. Just in case anybody has any questions at all. Because there's a few people watching. What is going on? Sign in the network. I am signed into my network. My phone is on the fritz again. I need to get a new phone. It's so old, so I don't know if anyone else has like a Samsung A8 or something that old as well. It's like you can only update it so far, and there's some apps now that by next year, a certain time, I won't be able to use those apps on my phone because it's gonna be so far out of date. So I have to get a new phone here soon. I gotta figure out a way to get some money for that too, so that way I can keep my phone. Well, I guess keep some apps on my phone like bankings and then other things on my phone too. Kind of sucks that they do that kind of stuff. It's like I kind of get it. Kind of get it. You got to have people for that and be able to do all that, and you can only update certain hardware so far anyways, but they should make it so you can still use your apps and that with the older hardware as well, right? Shouldn't cost that much more, right? But yeah, Hart, maybe one day I will be able to sell my own thermal paste and stuff like that. Because like I said, I do make some pretty good cheap thermal paste with diamond. It's diamond grit. It's like diamond dust basically. You gotta use, like I said, 70,000 to 80,000 diamond dust uh, mixed in with thermal paste. Only so much of like mixed into it, of course, but it's got to be about 70,000 to 80,000 grit diamond dust. It's the only way you can actually get the appropriate micrometer basically, because it's you don't want to have too thick and then dent your IHS or whatever else you're putting on. You just want to be able to fill up like the micro gaps of whatever needs to be filled up on the IHS. And then, like I said, you also need like some sort of chamber. What's uh So an atmospheric chamber, that's what it's called, an atmospheric chamber. So that way when you mix it, you put it into an atmospheric chamber for so long, you get rid of all the air and stuff like that, and then for so long of a period of time, then you can like make sure that whatever you've mixed into it does not separate. That's one of the things that costs a lot of money too. Plus, you gotta buy a lot of thermal paste and a lot of diamond grit dust. Which, if you gotta buy that much, it's not cheap. So it's kind of like a big investment in a way. Then I gotta be able to see if I have like actual customers, consumers, basically. I know there's a few subscribers that would buy it, but you'd have to have hundreds of people to buy it to actually make money. And then after so many people, you actually start, well, you can sell so many to make the money back. And then after so many people, you start making money basically. It'll just take a long time. Like the LTT screwdriver. Or like the Thermal Grizzly or Kingpin or KPX now. Kingpin uh, thermal paste. And I'm glad actually Kingpin EVGA allowed Kingpin to sell thermal paste, like his thermal paste. EVGA actually did not have to let him have the rights to sell the thermal paste, as it was an EVGA product. Even though it was Kingpin, it was an EVGA product. So I'm glad EVGA let him do that. It does help him out, but I don't care about Kingpin and his electric bikes and stuff like that. Like he made his channel for, overclocking and that channel again, but he's been talking about too much of these electric bikes and stuff. It's like, I don't know, like are you doing electric bikes or are you doing overclocking? Like you're known for your overclock, but you're doing all these electric bike type things. I just don't get that. Guess things change though. Yeah, I used to watch the old Kingpin video, like the old Kingpin overclocking. So I'm gonna be ending the stream here in about 5 minutes. So if anybody has any questions, just let me know. It has been a pretty good stream, though, I gotta say. Pretty good stream. Thank you all for joining. Maybe I'll end the stream now. All right, Hart, if you're still here, I'm gonna end the stream. Again, thanks for watching, man. And anyone else that's actually watching the stream but not saying anything, thank you for watching. It's been a pretty good stream. Uh, didn't get as much overclocking as I wanted done. The RAM's just not cooperating after the move. I'm not sure if some of the chips on the actual RAM are damaged now or not. So maybe I will have to get more RAM sticks. So we'll see. And a few more people just joined. Yeah. If anyone has any questions, let me know. I'll be ending the stream here quick. But if you have any questions, I'll stick around and answer what I can. Yeah, man. Thank you again. No problem, man. I'm glad you come to every stream, man. I can't believe you've stuck around this long on this stream. It's been a long one. Oh, It is a chilly one tonight. I don't know where these people just started showing up. Hey, if anyone is here and you just have a question, let me know. I'm right here. I will stick around and answer some questions. If not, if no one's gonna be saying anything or don't have any questions, I am gonna be ending the stream soon. I have been streaming for a while. It is getting kind of chilly here, so actually I could show you Dave if anyone's new to the stream. I got Dave here. Oh, we can't even show Dave. There we go. Here's Dave. Dave's very sad. Dave's very sad. It's very cold. So, uh, that's like my face, but I got a smile on at least. So, it's 7 degrees here, 35% humidity. This is Dave. I use him for temperature around my working area, but from overclocking and for humidity, because humidity is a big factor in overclocking. And Dave is always sad, but for the last streams though, he's been very happy. But he turned sad not long ago, 7 degrees. Still no one's saying anything. You can say something, or if you don't have like an actual account or something, that's cool too. I do have a Discord channel, so if anyone would like to go to the Discord channel, just read the rules, just be respectful basically, and there's lots of different channels you can go through. Like a lot of different channels. Again, thank you, Frosty, for helping me out with the Discord channel. You have been great. You've set it up way better than I could ever have done. And thank you all to my donators. You guys are awesome. Like helping out the community. It's gonna help me out with this competition too. Like greatly help me out with this competition. Get the thermal paste that I need because I don't have much right now, like very little, and I do need quite a bit for the competition. So again, thank you all for donating to the YouTube channel and to help me out. All right, I'm gonna be ending the stream. So, again, thank you everyone for watching. It has been another great stream. These streams have just seemed to be getting better and better, and I thank you all for watching. Hopefully, you guys are learning something, having some fun as well. That's the main thing, really. And as always, don't forget to get her done.